Good evening and welcome. So we are here. It's Sunday. It's Factorio night. It's the usual. It's the only day of the week where people show up to the stream. So welcome to the stream tonight. I am and thank you, Draco Falcone for the 3 months, Suited for 11 months, L Jack for the brand new Prime, and Urchalak for 48 months. Ooh, 4 years. Nice. Yeah. So yeah. I made the schedule for next week, and I was in not a small conundrum or dilemma, not a conundrum, dilemma about what to put on the schedule, because I have 2 days next week. I have Monday, well, I have 3 days, but Sunday is Factorio, so I have Monday and Thursday that I'm streaming next week. So what am I going to put there? So I ended up putting Assassin's Creed Shadows so that we could finish it, or at least have a hope of finishing it, because I kind of feel like we put so many hours into it that it would be kind of feel bad if we didn't go for the end and just wrapped it up nicely. However, it is not as... It's not because it's not as good anymore. I really enjoy it, but it has outlived its time on the channel by a long shot. It is not a popular game, and I also kind of worn out with it as the streaming content. And there is actually something else that I would really love to play. Ulrich, so thank you for the 5 months, and Benjamin Manson, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, so I really wanted to play Blueprints, and I was kind of thinking like, oh, that would be cool to play that, but Iridian, thank you for the 29 months. Hey, a legitimate train. Yes, actually a legitimate train. It's already more subs today than... funny how... than the whole last week. And that's also the point, is that I can't keep streaming things that I want to do because it just doesn't make sense. I have to... I've had... Most of my streams have been like less than 10 subs, and it's fine once in a while when I do when I do that once in a while, but it's just not sustainable for me, because the problem with a sub 10 stream is that I am like, why the fuck am I doing this? I am literally working for 4 hours and making $20. I can't do that. I can't work at $5 an hour. That's just insane when I'm saying no to awesome events just to be streaming. It just doesn't make sense. I can't do that. So it just doesn't make sense. Like, I don't think any sane person would work for $5 an hour, and especially not sort of over a full month. And that's basically what I've been doing. So as much as I like playing Assassin's Creed, it has completely tanked the streaming side of things, which I can't afford to do. I can afford to do that just for 2, 3, 4 streams and then move on. But yeah, it sucks. And Draco Falcone, thank you for the 10 gift subs. So it's just one of those things where, yeah, sure, I do these kind of things because I want to not be a slave to the metrics. But I can also just not be completely blind to the fact that it also has to make sense. And if there's such a difference between a popular game and a not popular game. DNKTRL, thank you for the 7 months. So, May is expected to be much busier. It's much busier, but in all respects it's much busier, because I also have much more things going on in real life, because now it's both the season where it's nice to be outside. It's also a season where the big events are starting to come to be there. It's also the time when bigger releases are coming out. So it's just going to be an absolutely nightmarish month of May. June maybe as well, and then probably be quiet in July and August, but then it'll catch up again. So as a full-time stream, there's a fine balance between play what you really love and play what brings in the venue. Bonus if what you play falls in both categories. Yes, that's sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And I have been because I've been doing this for six and a something years full time as my sole source of income. So it is the only reason I am not at all feeling burned out is because I take the days off, I choose to do what I want, and then I have random streams here and there that are just outsized awesome. And it obviously the Factorio launch was amazing, but there will only be one Factorio Space Age launch ever, and I got all I could out of that. And it's no more satisfactory either. There's a little bit of Dyson Sphere, but there has to be something out there on the horizon that's going to be the next big thing that's going to be carrying for a few months, so I can also do like side projects and silly things as I want that as well. So that's kind of the situation I'm in right now, and why it was so difficult. I'm not saying that playing Blueprints, a puzzle game, would be super popular or anything like that. It really wouldn't be, but it's like we're really struggling to keep 100 viewers around in when I'm playing Assassin's Creed, which is just not sustainable. I think. Oh, and now the hype, and oh yeah, also hype trains are just completely dead. Not even a Factorio stream could get a hype train. So there's something that's amiss. I need to build up the hype, and I'm kind of thinking like, does that mean like I should do some events or something like that? Which is just something I don't really want to feel forced to do. And there are like tons of events and stuff. So what about the big Captain of Industry update? Captain of Industry is an amazing game, and I love it. And there are also a large subset of this community that also love it. But there are no one outside of the people. There is not a single person who starts playing factory games because of Captain Industry. It is in a Venn diagram. It is a circle that's enclosed within the factory genre, completely encircled. That means it's not going to bring new subscribers to the channel. It's not going to bring anything in. So it's not going to be anything. And the hype train is dead again. So, yes, exactly. That was... Thank you, Draco Falcone, for giving it a shot. And maybe later on. Good evening, Summergot. Good to see you. And, yeah, so if... yeah. Now I'm just going to put it out there. If you are sitting on a subscription, just wait until there's a hype train going, because then there's at least a chance that it'll get somewhere. Do a Factorio MVP run with the community, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't love it. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Fennec, for the /s. Yeah. But anyway, that's my headache, and this is why I'm having a really tough time finishing Assassin's Creed. I'm having a tough time, not because I don't enjoy it. I do still enjoy it a bit, and I particularly enjoy it because I want to sort of feel the sense of completeness of just not abandoning it when we're like 80, 90% through or something, at least with the main quest. But I think that it's difficult to justify doing that, and that's kind of problematic. So that sucks. Sorry, that was a little bit of a negative rant. I really shouldn't be doing that. But it just kind of, for me, once in a while, I'm in this position where I'm like, fuck, I went too far down the path of not focusing on this as a business. And then I kick myself and go like, remember, your kids like food. They need that. So can't just be monkeying about in the evening, especially because there's so much opportunity cost as well. Yeah, so that's the state of where it is now. I might completely change it if I get annoyed and just go like, fuck it, I do want to play something else. Then that's just going to be too bad about the end of Assassin's Creed, and I'll just play it for myself. It sucks, but I can't really see if there was something else, because if we look a little bit ahead, then I'm just gonna bring up my calendar here so I can have a sense of it. On the 6th of May, we have Foundry coming out. So that's definitely a thing we want to do. Oh, what the hell? There. Yeah. So on the 6th of May, that's Foundry. So we'll play Foundry during that week, and then just a couple of times, I guess. It'll be like Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah. Or maybe Saturday. And then next week, the 14th, will be the launch of Captain of Industry and then that will be the main game on the channel for a good while. And then we'll see what else comes out. Which also unfortunately means that I can't find a space for blueprints, which is something I really like, though, right? AC and puzzle games are fun as a player, and we see your fun when playing those, but they kind of hurt your interaction with us. At least the puzzles. Yeah, puzzles, absolutely. You're right. Yeah, so first time chatter. D35. That's awful advice. Welcome to the channel. I'm going to just berate you here and say that's awful advice. There are so many streamers streaming for 0 to 1 viewer, 1 being the Nightbot viewer, who are following what you enjoy. You can stream all you want for enjoyment, but that doesn't work. You have to have a balance between enjoyment and, like, I have a Venn diagram where it says stuff I enjoy, stuff I'm good at, stuff that's profitable. I have to have at least 2 of those. And if it's only one of them, it's not good enough. But if it's something I enjoy and it's profitable but not popular, or I'm not good at, or that not profitable but popular, I think popular is better, because popular can sort of be the metric of sort of also profitable. But if it's sometimes there's something that's I'm enjoying it and I'm good at it, like Darkest Dungeon, but it's not popular. But I'll play it anyway because it's, both. Or sometimes there's something that's popular and I'm good at it, but I don't enjoy it. Like playing Satisfactory. I could play Satisfactory now and I wouldn't enjoy it, but it would probably bring some views in. So, yeah, when is Elden Ring coming out? That's in June, which is also going to be, like, again, a nightmarish game that is not going to be... It's Night Rain, Elden Ring Night Rain. I'm going to play it a little bit, but I'm not going to play it very much because, again, it's not something that fits on the channel. As much as I'd love it, it doesn't work. Boxing match with Mike Tyson like the other streamer. Yeah, I mean, sure. Let me check my calendar to see if that's available. Moved through a few of the Assassin's Creed releases, but I have never finished any of them. Yeah, I mean, I love it. Did you ever do Tectonica? Yes, I played Tectonica, and it's not a great factory game. It's a fun building game and base building game, but it's not a good factory game. And therefore, it's sort of kind of you kind of get stuck with it when you start trying to turn it into a factory game and just realize that you're really just trying to fit the square peg into the round hole. It just doesn't fit. For those want to watch streamers, the advice kind of works because they have fun in the stream, someone can jump in. Yeah, it doesn't work if Twitch is your income. That's true. If you don't mind, if you don't care if it's 1 or 2 streamers, then sure, do it for fun. That's definitely true. But if it is something where you want to make sure that people don't sort of forget you and go somewhere else, and also that they spend their Prime sub on this channel, then you have to think about, like, stuff that people come back for and sort of keep some kind of consistency, but also some variation. So if you kind of do the variation only and not the consistency, then yeah, people will be like, ooh, it's just a bad variety streamer now. Instead of sort of, they're like, ooh, this is where we go for factory content. Oh, and sometimes something else. Which is kind of what I want people to think. With your dislike for modded runs, how many other Factorio series will you have before trying out modded planets for spaces? No way it will be before finishing masterclasses and based on the book, but I wonder what's next. I don't know. It's going to be, you're talking like at least a year out in the future. I don't know. I can't see a year into the future. I can barely see 2 months into the future. So asking me what I'm going to play in a year plus from now is a little bit, no, it's completely irrelevant, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. You enjoyed Satisfactory, isn't it? Oh, I did enjoy Satisfactory. I very much did, but if I was playing it right now, I don't think I would enjoy it because I think that there's, like, it's going to be too much overlap with what I've already done. And then it just feels like, oh, I'm just kind of rehashing the same thing and just, it feels like a rerun then. And this is the same as with Samagot's question about, how can you keep doing Factorio runs if you're not doing That I don't know because I don't know what's coming. I hope that there will be more good factory games coming out in within the next year. That we will be like, oh, Factorio was the thing, and now we are standing on the shoulders of giants and playing the other new awesome games. Like you remember, Dyson Sphere came out of nowhere, and it was super amazing, and it's just one of my all-time favorite games. And that could be another Dyson Sphere program just coming out, and it was like 1 week or something, or 2 weeks before it was released. Then it was like suddenly a little hype about like the big robot, the small planets. I'm like, this looks cool, and it just played really well. So there's always, I'm basically gambling that yeah, there will be another like Dyson Sphere, like something else that we can just jump into, and it'll be super awesome and amazing. So isn't it best to try new games so you can get sponsorships and all the viewers looking for the latest game? Yes and no, but I don't do sponsorships unless it's a game I would already play anyway. Then it basically what the sponsorship gets you, if as a sponsor, is that you get a time slot in my calendar. That's it. And like for example, now I would be like, or I am right now, like looking at it and go like, well, I'm gonna play a little bit of Foundry, and then I'm gonna be going into to Captain of Industry, and Foundry has asked me if I wanted to do some content for it, and I was like, I might play it a little bit, but if you're sponsoring it, yes, it goes on the agenda, and that's how it works. So I don't want to be like playing whatever new. Oh, look at this amazing tower defense meets MMO. I mean, everything is a tower defense. I get like 10 emails a day about tower defense games. Like, why? Who the fuck are playing those, right? So I went from Satisfactory to Factorio, and I can see why it's hard to get back into Satisfactory. Amazing game, but nothing like the scope of Factorio or Space Age. Yes, but it's also a different experience. It's not really because it's not as good of a game. It's as good of a game. It's just a different game. It's just that I don't think I could do anything different if I was to play it again. Not sufficiently different. Do you find something like everything on Novice or Space Age without space interesting at all? No, not really. Not the reason why is because Factorio is. I'd like to make things in Factorio and in other games that other people can use. If I make some weird scenario for myself, then it is less applicable for everyone else. Therefore, like blueprints and save games are not very valuable, and they're not interesting for people to use because I play some weird what is it called? Ribbon World, not Rim World, Ribbon World, or something like that, or some weird extra planet or some Pionodon or something. I'm like, yeah, this, the two people who play Pionodon, they already have all the blueprints they need. They don't need mine, or they don't need and people can't follow it anyway. So that's why I'm like, I think it makes sense if you're a speedrunner to do like, oh, Space Age without space, or like do speedruns because you play so fast that you can easily get to get to the core of it, and a challenge run is not going to be like, oh, I just committed 2 months of game time for a challenge run that I'm not really finding interesting because it's just frustrating. So that's why. So and I'm not saying never. I'm just saying this is not what I'm feeling for. I'd much rather feeling for something else. And I think that there are a lot of games coming out, and I think a recent game that's actually a good candidate of what I could do and what I think I can do quite well is Microtopia. Microtopia was just like, I would have missed that game. And again, it came in with a sponsorship, so I gave it a shot, and it actually turned out that there was some really cool mechanics and some depth to it that I was really enjoying. So dove deeper into it and actually made 5 videos. They performed really well. There was some good YouTube, Twitch content as well. It's like, I like to do those kind of games. If I could get a game like that every month, where we can just like make 5 videos, have fun, dive into it, sort of understand it, learn it, show it for you, and then move on to the next. I love that. There's too much. Just bring the 4 original planets back on Novice. Could make for something interesting design as well, keeping the entry barrier low. Okay, sure. I'm not saying no, but I'm definitely not saying yes. it's not something I could see when it would fit into my calendar. It would be at least a year from now, and I don't know what the hell's gonna happen in a year from now. My plan was to retire and live off my my stock revenue, my stock portfolio. That doesn't really pan out very well, does it? I mean, that's a joke because I wasn't expected to. But I was hoping that I could eventually work towards becoming financially independent of streaming, so that it would be something I could just do whenever I felt like it, instead of going like, as I said, like, oh, I have to do something that's more popular, and just be like, I don't care if it's popular or not. I just do what I do because I would be happy without it. But that's not really working out. What's the PSA? PSA? Public service announcement? I don't know. A year or 5 from now, Factorio 2.2, we finally get to land on the Shadow Planet. I don't know. I don't think so. I honestly don't think there'll be 2.1, and then that's it. That's it for Factorio. There'll continue to be bug fixes, but no new content. That's my expectation. This is also why I don't. That's also why I think that 2.1 is so far away, because I think they're looking at each of the half-finished features or each of the good ideas and go like, is this going to be part of Factorio? Yes, no. No. Throw it away. Yes, okay. Scope it, build it, design it, throw it in, maybe also test it. And that was this is my thought. I have nothing to base it on, but well, I might base it on the fact that Kovac says he doesn't want to do Factorio anymore. That's a pretty good indicator that we're not going to see a 3.0, which is a gigantic shame because it would be awesome. But so I think that 2.1 will be basically the end of Factorio, and then we can play there and it'll be fun, and then mods will carry on the rest. Maybe it'll be open sourced and it'll be taken over by some community group or something like that, and that might be good or it might be weird. So, been building that game for a long time. Makes sense they want to do something else. Yeah, sure. But you also have to think like, it is a studio that's built on Factorio. It's not a studio that was like, hey, let's build a game. We built Goat Simulator. Let's do another game. Should we do a factory game? Yeah, sure. Like, it's not that. It's like, do you want to work here? Means that you want to work on Factorio. So them going like, yay, let's do an MMO. There is a fair chance that a lot of the people who are in love with Factorio and joined because they're in love with Factorio would be like, you know, I don't really give a shit about a World of Warcraft clone. There is a fair chance that that's the case, right? So, have you ever tried the Ultra Cube? I don't play overhaul mods. I have no interest in it. They are awful. Same problem as overhaul mods. It's an overhaul mods. So no, don't play it. Biolab low frame rate flicks. Yeah, I will try with the MMO, fail and return to Factorio when the pockets get empty. I don't know if they're ever gonna get empty. Like, Factorio must be a ridiculous moneymaker. So, who was anything but game designers at the beginning, or am I missing it with something? I think that you're missing with something else, but I don't know. I don't know the origin lore of Voob, so I don't know. But even if it was, then there's like 3 people, but that doesn't matter because the 30 people that were hired to work when the studio was equal to Factorio, that's what matters, right? That's what carries it. Well, you can spend too ridiculous amount of money on MMO. That's true. You can do that, and that is definitely a thing that you can waste money on. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, we'll see what comes, but I'm really just hoping for more Dyson Sphere program, more of that type of game that is coming out, and we can also sort of build in base building games. If we find some good base building games, there is also an Anno game coming out. Like, when is that? The next Anno game? I'm just checking. That's also summer, or was that pushed? Anno? Which one was it? Something that's only announced. Pax Romana 2025. So that's something we'll play when it comes out. It just says planned release date 2025, so October maybe. Is V-Rising a game you'd like? I love the idea of it. I played a fair bit of V-Rising. I think that V-Rising has a gigantic problem. It doesn't work as a single player because the rerun, the consequence of dying is way too severe. It's more farming blood, more farming buffs, waiting for the next blood moon, getting all the stuff, working your way in, getting there, getting one shot at the boss, and then dying, and then it's like, ah, fuck it, I need to wait 30 more minutes before I can do another try. Very, very unfun. Doesn't work as a multiplayer either, because once you play multiplayer, you don't strategize, you just button mash. It's just like playing Rogue in World of Warcraft. You just look at whatever cooldown is up, and you just smash it while not standing in fire. Super unengaging, both cases. And therefore, it's like, it doesn't work for that game. For me, it's awful as single player. It's awful as multiplayer for very different reasons, and there is no sort of this middle ground where it works really well. I love the building, I love the theme, I love the setting, I love the idea, I love the way that it plays as multiplayer. But the boss fights are atrocious as a single player, and they are boring as hell as multiplayer. So yeah, I played more desync than is reasonable to argue. I played a lot of desync, and the last time they asked me if I wanted to do a sponsor content, I actually declined. It's too complicated a game. It's not a game. It's too little of a game and too much of a programming simulator. And I'm not a programmer, so I get frustrated with it. So I was like, I can't spend the 25 hours just to get back into the game. It's just too expensive for me to do that. It's that simple. And I hated it because I hate the fact that I have to say this, because I love the concept. I love the idea of like, you have a platform, and it could either be a stationary platform or a mobile platform, and then you put things on top. Like, love it so much. And then they did all the icky stuff with the programming that was like fun to do once, but it just means that when you want to automate your base, it becomes extremely fragile. Like, everything is just super fragile, and it's just chasing edge cases all the time. Maybe not if you're a very skilled and competent programmer, but I'm not. And if I can't figure it out, I just don't think the game has a broad appeal. And that's really a shame. If they had sort of used the concept of this platform and then components on platforms, and then build the rest of it as a standard factory game, that would be awesome. But they decided to also go down the path of, hey, you can program anything, or more likely, hey, you must program everything, which is really a shame. So yeah, isn't any game that is interesting going to require a big investment in time to become good at it? Yes, it is. And those are also the games that I'm best at. But if I was going back, like, I went back into Satisfactory on Saturday, I could start playing immediately, because it's like, you know what things are doing. But if I opened up a desync base that I had, I would have no fucking clue why this one is not working. Why is this miner stuck? Then I'd open it, and then I'd have to figure out what program it's running. Then I have to sort of iterate through the program and figure out why, and why is it pausing it? What is this referring to? Like, I don't know. What is this? Like, it's just way too complicated. Shapes 2 is also coming out with another update that we're going to take a look at in June as well. So, yeah. But anyway, there's not really a ask us about the same 2 games over, or same 10 games over and over. Not standing in fire. Well, yeah. I find it really hard to start learning a new game now. The initial period where I am struggling to understand what I'm doing, it's like wasting my time. I struggle with this mental barrier. Well, that's why you have my channel. That's literally why you want to subscribe to my channel and want to take the good factory games to throw at me, so I can do it for you. Because I love learning new game and sort of breaking them down and figure out like good patterns and good techniques, and then come up with good designs and sort of understand how it is, and then sort of dive into it. And then most games will sort of be solved in 50 hours, and then I go like, okay, now there's not much to it. I can just build the same thing bigger, but there's not more depth to it. And other games just keep having more and more depth. So, and those are the ones we love. Factorio time! Woo! I think this is the one. Yeah, that's the latest one. Oh, sorry, the Hagen. You asked if you missed the If you asked if you missed the story that I teased yesterday, yes, you did, because I decided not to tell it because it doesn't fit with the stream. Unfortunately, it's it's too different from what we do here for the Factorio content, which is another thing that's causing me endless headaches. This looks off, doesn't it? But it's not. But it looks off. I don't know when I have so many stories to tell and so many sort of experience to share and so many thoughts that have crystallized, and I have nowhere to put them. Like I talk a lot to friends, and I get a lot of wow, that's a really interesting way of looking at it. Like, oh, that's fascinating, and I'm like, I really like the content creator in me is like, I need to create content, but yeah, new YouTube channel. Well, it's not exactly like I'm prolific on my existing YouTube channel. So if I'm gonna do more on this, then I would be less of the gaming content, and that just doesn't make any sense, right? So this is the problem, right? It's not. I have the creator urge, but I do not have the time to actually do the creation part because that would necessarily come away from the content creation that I'm doing now. And I don't think a lot of people would appreciate that. They'll be like, oh, even less content. Well, that's a great idea. So I built this website with today's sponsor, Squarespace. I don't know where that's coming from. And it's called Square VPN. Nord Space. Anyway, this thing doesn't work. Why was it didn't work? There was something we were missing here that, oh yeah, it's not grabbing fast enough. A story to share, yeah. And for anyone who's sort of like not really getting the gist of it, it's all the stuff that I do that's not gaming related, and that is yeah, let's not mince words. It's kink related, and that's not really a thing that works very well to combine with. It's sexology related, it's kink related, it's sort of lifestyle related, and doesn't really mesh very well with gaming content. So that's why I'm sort of having a difficult time sort of finding the time and space for it. Or yeah, this doesn't work either. Yeah, see, now there's no place to, well, there is a place to grab. That's that one. And that one. So maybe that actually works. There. So what we're doing now, I just started designing just to get into it, right? Oh, Rika started it. Oh, okay. I have no idea who that is, so that's fine. Hello, Tom. Good to put a vote out and see if people want to hear. If people want to hear today, get some channel points used and invest in some democracy. Yeah, doing the park. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that, because the reason why it doesn't work like that is because okay, so streaming has this weird mechanic that if I entertain you, you stick around. As soon as I say one thing that either offends you or is annoying you, you turn off the stream, which means that doing something positive will keep people. Doing something negative will immediately kill the connection. And you can't do something negative and then do something positive because people have left. So if I do something that might be offensive, people leave, and they might never come back, or they might come back in 2 months when they've sort of forgotten why they stopped watching. And that's not worth it. This is why I saw that. And that's how it works with streaming and also YouTube. Like, we all know the YouTube channels that you watched, and then they gradually sort of fell off. But there was this moment. There was this moment when you clicked unsubscribe, don't recommend channel, and you've never thought about them again. There was this moment. There's always this moment, right? I mean, not always, but there's sometimes where they go like, no, this is no longer a channel for me. Let me get the fuck out of here. And I think that a key part of being a successful streamer is not giving too many of those moments. This is also why stuff like political stuff is really damning on a channel, because it'll push people off so fast, and they'll go like, as soon as you start voicing your political opinions, then people will just be like, oh nope, I'm not coming here for a political channel, or a, don't know, sex advice channel, or a relationship advice channel. I'm here for high quality Factorio content, which is very reasonable for you to be here for that reason. So I can't just do a vote and then some of the whales will be winning the vote, and then I scare off a lot of new people. So it has to be somewhere else. It's something I've trust me, I've thought about it. I've tried it. It's not great. So Nilaus Factorio on sex advice stream. Exactly. People will react like you said. Only don't know what. No, it's not. It's not actually true. Even if some of us would love the creator content, there will be some who love it, but there will also be some who go like, I'm out. This is not what I signed up for. I also have my son is listening in, and I don't want that to be part of it, and that's totally fine. I don't aim to have like, if you have young people listening into my stream, then I'm like, don't do that, because it's primarily an adult stream. But I don't also want to sort of push people away unnecessarily. But I also don't want to be like, oh, okay, this should be like a Minecraft stream that's catered to 12-year-olds. Don't want to do that either. So, you know. So I'd love to have a second channel, and I'd love to sort of talk about something here on stream and go like, actually, did you see my latest video? You should check it out on my second channel. Like, I'd love to sort of use this channel also to guide people over to my other content if I had that other content, but that's not where we are right now. So and that's not really the plan. It looks nice. It's pretty good. Oh shit, this is why I shouldn't be designing just and talking, because I can barely do one thing properly. Where the hell are the beacons? I can't do this. Why could I not do this with beacons though? What the hell's wrong? Like, this is missing beacons. I want to build like a small I've decided this size, but with beacons. They'll click on them, but some channels still fall off. Not clicking on those channels used for some time because wasn't in the mood, and you should stop bringing up. Yes, but the moon still hold as a reason I didn't want to watch those. Exactly. Maybe you don't actively click this unsubscribe, but it's still like you stop watching them and stop clicking on the videos because they sort of, oh, they changed their style. They used to be, and now they're so that's why I'm very conscious about this. It's also about setting expectations, where you had the adult warning on Fridays so people would tune in, and the main problem was mixing Factorio to adverse. Exactly, you're completely correct, Bestman. It's completely correct, and this is also why it was a very valuable and very honest feedback that was like, yeah, you're completely correct. I shouldn't be mixing. This is also why I don't go into that kind of story time, but I'd love to have a forum for that. But yeah, haven't figured that out yet. Okay, like, what are we doing? We're here. Let's jump back onto this part, that less meta gaming here. We have landed on Vulcanus. We have done like the very basic stuff, lubricant, a little bit of the mines, the water, the sulfur, like all these things are now on a little bus here, and they're going to be used to build all the basic stuff here, including the first levels of science. That's going to be happy, and at some point it will be sent back. I will be bringing in the materials for the first 4 rocket launches, or maybe 10 rocket launches, just from Navis so that they can get back. So that I can get the few things we need to unlock here. There's only a few things we want to unlock. That's cliff explosives, asteroid processing, coal liquefaction, speed modules, and turbo transport belts. So this is basically where we are. And now it's like, okay, we've unlocked coal liquefaction. Now the first thing we want to do is build a block that does coal liquefaction and makes, what does it make? Sulfur and plastic. Yes. Those are the two things that need to be made. Sulfur for explosives and then plastic. Was it that? Rocket? Oh, rocket fuel. It was rock. It wasn't sulfur. It was because sulfur is coming from up here. This one will be fine. Once it fills this one up, it'll just start making that. So, yeah, it's rocket fuel. Yes. Not belts though. It's behind purple signs, so you need full rocket automation before that. Yeah, but wasn't there something about this? Like it's not that expensive. It might be something we do like this. Because this is easy to just have running and then just build enough, and then we can get beacons and we can get the blue belts. So we should be... The reason why I do this is because I don't want to design purple science with the red belts, and then the first thing that happens after we get the purple science hauled back is that we upgrade it. But something like this is fine to do on red belt because it's not high quantity. Yeah, belts are too expensive before worms. Yeah, I guess you're kind of right. But we can easily take out a few worms. That's not a problem. So we do get access to the first location here. It's just going to be like nightmarish to find a way home with this, but that's another matter. What we need to do is start getting a coal liquefaction going so that we can say we have, yeah, I think the sequence is coal liquefaction for plastic and rocket fuel. That means we now have one of the ingredients we need to get home. Plastic goes into low density structures, which means we now have two of the items that need to go home. Plastic also goes into red circuits, which means we can now make blue circuits. That is the third thing we needed. And that will be the first thing. We make some small factories for like a city block sized factory for rocket fuel and plastic, a city block sized for probably combine it up here, where we will also make low density structures and blue circuits once the other one is made. Because then we sort of have, okay, now we can automate the transport back and forth. We are self-sustaining on rocket launches. Good. Now we can then start building dedicated city blocks for each of the sciences. That's my idea then. That's kind of the sequence of what I think will be on happening on Vulcanus. First landing, get some power, get the basic necessities, get the hub, get the science, get the rockets, get it back, unlock the tech, get some cliff explosives, so we sort of can free up more space. And then with more free space, then we are sort of like, okay, now we can expand and just put city blocks down as we want. First city block we'll start adding is this one we're designing now. I envy your giant coal patch. Yeah, well, it's a little bit in the way, but it's nice to have one. So, okay. So we need to redo this one again. Damn. I don't know if there's a better way to delete these. Oh, like that. Okay, that also worked. Huh. Surprise, surprise. Oops. Is that the one? That's the one. 70. That should be enough. Barely enough, but it is. Woohoo! Piddle Miller, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Good. That gets us build space. Done. And then we can get some there. Sweet. Yeah, so I can just take this thing here and send it again here. Okay. Oh, I lost absorb blueprint? Yeah, I did. Sucks. Well, using cargo wagons for max throughput on landing pads. Good stuff. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to try something else. Maybe the idea is better to do this way. Like these are going up like that. Could that be a thing? Perhaps? Nope, it's not. Because I would need to go like this and then blah, they connect. So no. But kind of. I could shift them off by one. Don't even say that. Ew. Then it would be something like that. Even then it doesn't work. Max distance. And beacon. Like ideally the beacon would be here, here, and here. But that just leaves no space for ins and outs. It's still connecting. Okay, let's think of something like this. Okay, so what can we fit into the middle here? Put it all in one pipe and filter it with pumps. Nope, I'm not going to do that. Something I dislike as a content creator. Many things. But one thing is I discover something, or we discover something collectively, and then it's like, no, that's stupid. Oh my God, I'm not gonna do that. I'll never do that. And then a month later, some other content creator does the same thing, or 3 months later, or maybe in 6 months later, or maybe in 5 years later, some content creator does that, and then my stream is flooded with people like, oh my God, did you watch that guy? He did this thing. It's like, yes, you know, that thing that we did and decided that was really stupid, so let's not ever go there. And I'm like, sometimes I feel like when we discover something stupid, I should just make a video just to go like, yes, I know it exists. Now, stop bugging me. And that means sort of putting it out there. Like I get at some point someone will come in and go, oh, have you heard about city blocks? Like, oh yeah, yeah. Can you get away with red inserters? No, I cannot get away with red inserters. That was the whole point of this one. This one is it's way too slow for red inserters. I need 2 red inserters to keep up. So if I had beacons, and therefore it doesn't work. So I have to use these. Yeah. And alternatively, if I was gonna get like red inserter, then that and that. Maybe that would actually no. See, they are. Oops. I'd much rather have a single one in here. Like that would be so much nicer. and then just have this be the space that it is. There, that's so much nicer. The middle one is going to be faster though. Like, this is a nice build, I think. It reacts to Reddit. You can use splitter to take coal like you do for your hub. Yeah, I can. Not in this pattern though. Because then it would have to be here and then it can't underneath it. But I could do it like that if I was really insistent on it, but I can also do two cobalts. But this one is working if this is fast enough. And I actually like it because it's a nice symmetry to it. I just kind of dislike having the having this on the outside. I'd much rather have that on the inside. Yeah. But I guess there's nothing we can do about it. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so I guess you don't... you have to be there. So I move you up one, then it doesn't affect these. And I need a middle one. Schadenfreude, thank you for the 7 months.
Welcome home.
False Knights above the beacon. Above below the beacon, yeah. Maybe that's a thing. It's a different look. Because it looks nice. Guess we can do that. There's no way that they can get closer than this. This is a really, this is really nice.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And Good Gamma, thank you for the tier 2 for 56 months. Oh, please save your subs for when there's a chance to actually trigger a hype chain. They are so bloody rare these days, so I want to get every little chance that we can get a hype chain going. Not that I don't appreciate these, but I need to try to get the trains going. Yeah. I don't like this. Like it I'm sure it works and all, but 24. So it's less than a full belt, and each of these, this one is the fastest, needs 4.5. That's more than 2 red ones, isn't it? Well, I guess we'll try. Steam. And this one is a little bit different, but this will be exactly 50%. So it'll just kind of... Yeah. This power grid now included for the 50-50 looks neat. Yes, it is. Let's see if this one... This is the only one we're looking for. Okay, so the fastest one is fast enough with only a stack size 2, which is what we have at this tech level. So, good, works. Right, so this is probably how we want to do it. We can, I don't know if I could make it more compact than this. I don't think so, but... I guess I could sort of take this here and then go like from there and then go up here and then merge it into that line here. Would that do anything? No, not really. It wouldn't get us better. It would just get more complicated. Okay, so what does this give us? This gives us some mediocre amounts of things. I kind of think I need to make this into a build because we kind of have to do that. So there. And then I'm going to pin it just for a bit. So we're going to get inbound U minus 124. We think this is the right number. And this one minus 25. There is one argument that could it be a little bit bigger? How big would that be? That would kind of argue why these would be here instead, but would that be... No, because then this would be less... Let me try that. Here, here, and here. What would that require now? It's very close to a full belt. But now I also just made it bigger and not really much better. While this one is definitely better, but it's also like a little too much. What do we think? It doesn't have a fancy name, it's just rate calculator. There was one called max rate calculator, but that was sort of retired, I think. I think a couple of uncommon speed. Like uncommon these. Like this. That would also be... Wow. It goes so quickly. And I don't think we can have beacons expected, but we can probably expect to have... I don't know. I don't know if that's correct or not. If we can sort of expect this at this point. I don't think so. That got out of hand quickly. It is crazy how bad it is without anything here. Oh yeah, this was also... actually, I needed to delete this. And then see how it reacted with these. Yeah, this is perfect in terms of sort of 30 per second. Greenbelt is not far off. Greenbelt is incredibly far off. Like ridiculously far off at this point. So no, I can't design it. It has to be designed for 30 per second, not 60 per second. It is very far off. So we'll do something like this, and I don't know if we'll get this. Greenbelts are really expensive, and they need a lot of setup. And I'm not going to build like a hacked setup just to get that. And then, like, if I wanted a green belt, I could just bring 2 red belts in. It would be so much faster and so much easier. So it's about, like, I scale this because I also need a lot of other stuff inside the city block. So I feel that this is kind of what I can expect to have room for. Like everything else is like, oh, everything in this game is like, oh, but you could just wait a little bit and then make it better. Yes, but then we're never going to get anything done. So at some point you have to build something at the tech level you have in order to tech up. And this is where I've decided rocket fuel, plastic, yes. And then we can always skate it up afterwards. Cool. So this one is producing something. Should I use this as a benchmark? I guess I will. Let's use this as a benchmark and then just kind of build it without and then talk our way through it. 149. It's also like close to 150 and this is minus 30. There you go. And then we sort of look at the outputs for this. This is, I don't even know. 30, 35 and 70. And then that gets a little bit difficult. That is 30. Yeah, I have to do the net here 228. Otherwise, I'd have to do it as a new group. So this is the basic premise. And then the next one will be, okay, so now we have to convert all the heavy oil into light oil. Oh, I can't. I don't like this. Really dislike that I've now forced myself into using those modules. I really dislike it. This is not masterclass material, this part. I use 25 colon. I think so. I think it bothers me too much. I should be designing it so that it works, and then if you have better modules and beacons, throw them in there. I think it's a better way of looking at it. Because there will always be like the issue of, oh, but you don't have the same as I do, and then now suddenly I'm pushing you to expect to have something that you don't have in your base, and right. So it's better to sort of, this is the baseline, and then you can make it better. There, that gets that one a little bit easier. It's not even enough. $192, that's exactly enough. We just want the ratios here. Okay, so that this one goes in as well. Next one will then be minus 190. Minus 144. It'll not be 144. I'll just say it's the same thing. And then the output will be not 170, but slightly less, 169. Oh, 169, whatever. That'll be like almost. And then we can always just hover on this and get it. Yeah, that was a negative number, of course. There. So now when you hover over it, we can now say, okay, so I have 227 that I need to deal with, and also some of the other things. So now I have to figure out how to do a mix between rocket fuel and plastic. And that has to be this is way too much. This 15. Ridiculously low. There is no other way to do this. Cryogenic plant? Nope. Yeah. Yeah, water, steam, also in the block. Yes, but steam is easy to make in this pack here. Can't remember how it was done, but it's just from that one. No. Yes, this one. No. That one, of course. Yeah, sulfur and calcite, and then we get monstrous amount of steam. So steam is completely easy and free to do. I mean, it would be cool if you use 5 coal per second, so the entire belt uses 30. Yes. Correct. I don't think that's particularly important. I don't mind bringing 2 belts in. I'm just looking at this 128 and kind of feeling that's a little bit underwhelming. We just have to figure out what the right numbers are for this. Because this will then have to be something else. These are here. And then we need to do some self-balancing. 16. And then ratios, damn it. Does that look like this? No, that was completely off. What's the right ratio for this? The assembler is super cheap to unlock. So that's why we decided to unlock it from just a hack. Oh, where are you? Wow, super cheap. It needs to be. I don't want to bother with building it for blue signs, for blue assemblers, and then redoing it like literally 2 minutes later. I can't do that, or 2 hours later or something. I need to think of it like this. This one is also like 53. Okay, so this is not actually that much. I need to take a break here, and then we'll get looking at this. 9 kids are gone to bed, so I need to go check on them. Be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. There. Okay, so basically the reason why I decided to consider beacons and assembly machines 3 unlocked is because they're not cheap, but they are. It's something that once we have this, the only upgrade from here is better quality. But the design structure, the buildings are the same. It's just you can put better modules, better beacons, better assemblers, better everything in terms of quality. But the overall design is the same. And I think that's very valuable. If I had to do this without beacons, then as soon as I had the beacons, this whole design would be completely invalidated. If I had to do it without this, then I'd have to sort of either design it for blue, and then that means that I overbuild it, and then I have to tear it down when I get the yellow ones, or do I design it for yellow ones, and then the whole thing is just limping along because it can't produce what it should because I'm kind of scaling it for yellow. So I've decided to do it this way, where I'm like, okay, I'm assuming these 2 are built because we'll just make a little hack, and then we get these 2 which means we can actually spend some time on doing a good design for it, or proper design at least. Right. So the idea here is, if we look at all of this, then we okay, Okay, there's a minuscule amount of this, and there's way too much of that, and there's something here. So this would also require, of course, some conversions to light oil. How much does each of these convert? 24 to something. So the whole thing here would be like, okay, it's getting a little closer, but we have to sort of figure out. I think I want to first get a proper ratio here. Like, why is this not a good ratio? All right. I just spent 2 minutes, literally 2 minutes ago, answering why I have yellow assemblers. So I'm not going to go through it again. You can just rewind the stream 3 minutes and then it should be fine. Then you can listen to the explanation again. It's okay. I just kind of can't keep repeating the same thing. This one. Now it's... Ta-da! There it is. That's the ratio. This is the one. And that gives us almost 1. That's probably fine. Yes. So now our target is that we want to have 71.5 here. And anything excess of 71.5 has to go over here. We could also overscale both the rocket fuel and the plastic, so that if I have enough rocket fuel, more of it will be converted over to perform plastic, and if I have enough plastic, then more of it will go in, instead of it just going like they have to be produced at the same ratio. I think that's actually the best option. It should be a setup where I don't consume any plastic, but I consume full-on rocket fuel. It should not jam. It will, because, you know, I produce some petroleum that I have to get rid of. But I'm never going to be like no plastic at all. I'll have a little bit of plastic consumption always. But let's, like, for the sake of sort of design space here, then I should also be in a position where I'm suddenly making a lot of red circuits and blue circuits, but I'm not really launching any rockets. Then I shouldn't be running out, or I shouldn't be jamming it. So I should be able to convert everything into plastic. So yeah, it will always jam. Yeah, I mean, that's the given here. But if I don't consume plastic, it will always jam. But I don't have to consume very much plastic if you look at how little plastic it actually, or how little it actually is producing here. So 29, 29 becomes, so if I use less than 4 plastic per second and no rocket fuel at all, then, and only rocket fuel, then it could be a problem. So it's I can't make it 100% because then I'd have to make the plastic overflow into lava. I'm not going to bother with that. But I can make it sort of more robust. So, should this also make lubricant? No, lubricant is used in very low quantity. So this thing here will take care of the lubricant. Because the only thing we need lubricant for is the engines and the here. So, and that's not really very much. So no need for us for that now. Okay, so this one was a good design, but it's completely useless. We have to be able to convert all of it, but this is a good ratio, so let's keep that in mind. There. That's probably going to be way too much conversion. Yes, way too much conversion. So let's kill that. Oops. Yeah, now we're just going to see, can we... Oh, it's 1 point. Okay, we have still too much. Okay, maybe I was not actually completely off here. Hype train incoming. So now there's a random hype train. Yep. So this is not even enough to convert everything. Well, I mean, if you're sitting on a sub or a prime sub or want to gift sub, now's the time, because Twitch decided that now is a great time to hype, which is like exactly 1 hour and 2 minutes, probably since the last one ended. Diamond, thank you for the 31 months. Much appreciated. Whoa, Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. And that is now a little bit too much. How that? Still not. I guess this one will get everything converted. Which gives us 218. Slightly less than 218, so maybe like 210.
More shall gather.
Urchalike, thank you
More
so much for
shall
10
enter
gift
the
subs.
fray.
Thank you. Oh, 700. Nice. Nice round number on the gift subs. Sweet. Thank you so much. And
A new subscriber arrives.
Das
It
mich.
fills you
Thank you
with
for the prime. Welcome.
determination.
Lodatahan, thank you for the prime for 6 months. And this is not Fess
Our
for the
illustrious
48 months.
champion returns.
Been here longer than 2 years. Absolutely. 4 years. Absolutely. Thank you so much. This is not Fess. And Samagot with the 200 bits. Thank you.
Our
It's a level
illustrious
1.
champion returns.
Which one is off by less than 1? This one's off by less than 1% or what? There's a little bit off here, yeah? Wait, are we hyping? Yes, Tallman, we're hyping.
A kind gesture.
Alright, so now I have to say, if I convert all of this, then I'll get 210
Gesture.
plastic, or this part here. So how much am I actually consuming? This, they will just have to be double, right? Like that, that.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
That's a little bit too much, but this one, yeah. This is consuming everything, and then it'll be producing almost a full build out. That's really nice.
Return.
Let's see. Executor with a 1 sub and Swamperl. I don't know how that, but Swamp. We'll just be Swamp. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. And Moon with 19 subs completing level 2. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so now that's the case, and then the other case is I don't have this. Then we have to see how much light oil do we have. 228 light oil. So we have to be able to consume 220 light oil. That's 3 of these, I guess.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly
close enough.
appreciated.
So now I'm looking at all of this. And, ooh, Black Manthus, thank you for the prime for 5 months. And Executor with the 10 glorious gift subs. That's already a level 3. Let's finish the 1K. Ooh, beautiful. 1,000 subs. The only, like, it's such a nice milestone. Like, when people reach this amazing number, like, there's like a handful of people who got that. But then it also becomes less likely for you to give the next sub, because it's like, oh, it's such a nice round number, but no one will ever see this number again until you gift again, and then it'll be like, oh, 1,005. Now you got to round it up to 2,000. Match your sub to Alias. Oh, nice. Oh, see, again, this is also a nice milestone, and then it's like, oh, that's it. We won't stop there. No, I hope not. But we got to level 3. Hopefully we won't stop there either. If we get to level 5, then for people who have been around for a while, then we get an extra hour. Mr. Pava, thank you for the 33 months. There is a really easy way to avoid dodging subs, and that is gifting yourself a sub or using a prime. That's a really efficient way. Guaranteed. Yeah, so this one is also like, do we ever need this much? No. So, but it's also kind of looking a little bit dodgy to put all of this in the same box. And I kind of want to do this as well, because then it's like, yeah. It's nice sub count. What? Oh, 66. Yeah. I mean, more would be nicer. Can your recipe switch the solid fuel to control gems? No, I don't want to do that. That's not really how I like my designs. Because then it becomes super fragile, and it's already icky. Yeah, I think I'm going to be doing this way. So this is what I need to fit into one bob. That's going to be a little bit tricky, to say the least. I kind of feel that this is the least awful option. Rocket fuel will always be consumed with some plastic for red circuits and blue circuits. Rocket fuel will always be consumed with some plastic. Oh, right, yes. When you're consuming rocket fuel, then you'll always be consuming some. The only thing that consumes rocket fuel, unless we have trains, is rockets, and rockets will also require blue circuits, and blue circuits will also require some plastic. That's what you meant, and you're completely correct. Okay, so also LDS, yes, also LDS will consume plastic. Right, so we are at 6%, and as we said, if we can get to next level again, then we get extra hour. We are at level 3, so with a little bit more than a minute left, so if anyone wants to jump on in, then now is a good time. How would I do this more compact than this? Because I don't think this is good. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifts up. That is a good way of sort of getting some push on this. Fully Frisk, thank you for the 37 months.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
It's also the argument that it could be... And now it's 60 seconds, and we need 22 subs to save us for the next level. Ooh, that is dodgy. Or 10,000 bits. And Sucks, thank you for the 5 more gift subs. Alright, we're getting closer, but there's only 30 seconds left. Oh, it's down. The Hagen, thank you for the tier 2 for 10 months. Oh, it's down to the wire, like 15 subs or something. The DSIM, thank you for the 40 months, 4 metric years. Oh, and it looks like the train is dying, so not today. Not today, it looks like.
Welcome home.
Just let it fall off. Nope, not today. Thank you for the level 3. Thank you, Moon, for... and yeah. How do I do this compact? Like, I really... So this I did before was compact if there were like belts in the middle, but there are no belts, so there's no reason for them not to get more compact than this. But I don't really know how to make it more compact with beacons. Twitch will open up a random hype train. Yeah, it is, but then a random hype train is less likely because our people already have put in a lot of subs, and it's unlikely that the same people will put in more subs later on to give it another shot. So this was the one that was gonna make it today. So is there a way to get more beacons in, and then but more beacons is just really bad. It's just very, very unlikely that it works. It works out like that, just based on experience. Okay, so this is actually consuming all, so this is fine. That one consumes all, and this one, yeah. Then we're up to 240. We're not really 240. It's like 225 of this. And this one's consuming 150. And what if I just did this on the other side as well? Would that be better? How much would that be? It doesn't... It gets better, sure. Kind of thinking, would this be enough so that I could get another one in here? It would still be enough to get that out. What if I do that one? It has to be 190. So this is actually fine. And what about this? 230. That's actually enough. Set up 2 rows of 10 machines and the other row under with 5 machines. Huh? I need less than that. This is exactly enough. And that gets us... So this is good. But then I'm also kind of thinking... Wouldn't it just be easier just to put them in here and then just say, this is fine? Yep. And then I'm just going to take fewer of these. Not fine. Okay. Could this get better coverage? This is 2 beacons, 2 beacons, 3 beacons, 3 beacons, 2 beacons. Feels like this could be better. No, it can't. Which means this is not enough. Oh, this is enough. Oh, so this is enough. Okay. But this is not enough. No. That's exactly enough. And that's also enough. But this would also be enough. Okay, okay. So I guess it's going to be a design like this. Well, it has issues. Right, so now I have to find a way to get this connected, and I'm kind of feeling that these should be rotated so that they are next to each other. I think that's just generally a better idea. So they go like this. Maybe. And then this just needs one merge up here. So it just needs something like this. That's fine. And yeah. Yeah. Can that be built down here? That would be lovely if I could. Oops. It does kind of get it out the wrong place. There. Let's try that. And then there's the petroleum going in there. Yeah. And this one is light oil. And then heavy oil. And then the only thing we don't have is water, and that's... I don't know where we get that from, but we'll magic it in here somehow. So that's like a closed loop-ish. From steam to liquefaction. What? Oh, right, that's true. The steam is the first product. So we are not getting this in, we are actually getting sulfuric acid in that will then need to be converted, which means the steam will be coming over here, and then let's try and see how steam liquefaction, how fast that is. Probably problematic here, but we are getting water on this line, so I'm kind of, I don't know if I need to build it. I think I need all of these to be self-reliant, I guess. So this one is making 90 per second, and this here is consuming way more than 90. Yeah, that's the problem, right? But, you know, it could also be done here. Connected. Connected. It's still not enough. Yeah, well, it is enough. 170 each. But then anything else needs water? No, nothing else needs water. Cool. Yeah, boss. Thank you for the 2 months. 4 chemical plants. Nope, they need 2 with beacons on here. And these can't be moduled, right? Nope, no modules on that. Can't invent more water. But it is, since it's affected here. Any chance you might do a video on circuits? I have already done a video on circuits, so just look at it. I have 2 videos on circuits already on YouTube, so don't think I'm gonna do more than that. Is 1 enough for speed modules? Bothers me not to have these 2 here down here. This one is 251, so no, it's not. If it was up here and affected by 2 beacons, maybe. $285, so no. This is better. 2 affected by 1 beacon. Bit of water for concrete and refined one also. No, that's nothing to do with this. This is cold liquefaction. There's no concrete in cold liquefaction, and there's no refined in cold liquefaction. Those are all taken care of here separately. This is a module you can stamp down anywhere you want, as long as you can get these items inbound. That's a very important part of this. Which also means that steam is actually not inbound. It is sulfuric acid that comes inbound. Have to keep that in mind. Yeah. But that's... might actually just be here. This one, which is ridiculously fast. Well, 2K, and this one's to 1.8K. Oh, so this one's not fast enough. No! Okay, then you're gonna be like this, then. How fast are you now? You're outputting 4.5, which is too much. Then I need 2 of these because they can only output 3,000 each. But now it's enough. This is working, but I now need inbound sulfuric acid on this one. You can use cryoplants for neutralization. I don't know how I would get to Aquilo before I land on Vulcanus the first time. It's really difficult. Reptilian, thank you for the 27 ones. Isn't it 6K? Yeah, it might be 6K. But still. Yeah. Okay. But this has another issue that it's kind of a shitty place to get this inbound. Like, then I'd much rather do that, but then it's... So I don't know how I get this one out somewhere useful. I kind of like it to get in here. Instead of that one, I have to get sulfuric acid in somehow, somewhere. And this one is tempting. This is actually where I wanted to get it in, but no, it would need to go like one down. Maybe there's also something about like the location of this. Now this is only 3.7k, which is barely enough for these two. And how much do you need? Not much. Yeah, okay, so that should be fine. It is better for you to be in here. Like these two work better if they are opposite, so that I get a little bit more throughput on this. Don't think it matters that much. This one goes out, this one goes out. This is the only thing that needs water, and then that goes out here. The only thing would be like an input here. It looks a little bit icky. Like the fact that this is just one tile. Oh, what if I? That's less awful. Definitely less awful. Assembler for kickstart? Kickstart what? That one. Color maps for each planet. I could, but I don't think that looks great because I did that in the beginning and it just turned into like very much noise to see that. Oh, kickstart the heavy oil. Ah, yeah, okay. That's actually a good point. Did we need to use both steam ports? Nope, we didn't. This is less than it's 100 per tick, which is 60 ticks per second. So it's 6,000, and this one only produces 3,000. But even if I did, then it would be possible to do that. And it feels weird to do it this way. Wouldn't that also be valid? It looks worse, but it might not actually be worse. Right? It's still affected by 2. This is combined 200 and 370, which is enough. And this one is combined 3.7, and this is consuming 1.8 plus 2.2, so it's consuming a little bit more than this can produce. That's not a big deal because these will not be working full time, will they? Maybe I will. I don't know. They might actually, which means that would have to be here. Yeah, 4.4. That's enough. Okay. So it has to be one module in here. Could you bring in calcite by belt on the lower side of the coal belt, mirroring this? Oh, that's a good point. But no, because then these would not be able to consume 25. So no. But I could get it in on a belt. Yes, you're right. I could get it in on a belt and grab it here. But I don't think I want to do that because this is consuming 0.44 per second when it's maxed out. And I don't want to put a belt in for 0.44. So that's no. So calcite is generally not going to be done like that. Okay, so now I'm not really concerned about getting all of it into a build because this should be pretty straightforward to get this combined in here. Let's get this one. And we need coal inbound, and which is here. I would love to be able to find one more space so I could move this one a little bit inwards. Would that be possible? Like that? Yes, it would. With a bit of... That's funny here. And then that one goes out here. And is missing some. There, that works better. Why? Because then I can at least pretend that I can get another one in here. It could go like that. It's not gonna be like this, I think. Also be inbound and yeah. Not much in terms of this. This should be able to keep up, and then they just need to be outputting on a putting on this belt. This is not outputting fast enough. 3, that can't be done on that belt. Okay, so that's a no. So they have to have 2 outbound belts. But inbound should be fine. But we've been here before. None of this is new. And that goes into basically just 2 boxes. We could bring it out somewhere, but we don't need to. This... Petroleum gas cut by steam. Oh, it is, yeah, it is now. Fuck. Oh my god, this is not as simple as that anymore. This one bothers me to no end. Obviously. I'm thinking, what if I move this button up back up here? Move this down here. Then I can take you out. Then I could perhaps get this one in. Here, get these 2. And now they're coming in at the same time, next to each other. That's much nicer. And then we can also say, okay, this one could also just be brought one down. It could, but it can't. Because then it wouldn't be able to get up there. Then it would have to be... This would be too far down. Unless I... This one is possible, but then the input would be a little bit strange. It would conflict with the petroleum. Okay, maybe... Let's see if we need it. I don't think we need it, but let's keep it like this. And... put it into some boxes. Oh, we are just not caring about what are we not caring about? We're not caring about... Oh, the other way. Power poles. So we kind of skipped the whole power pole thing, which might be a thing, but let's cross that bridge. Let's cross that bridge right now, because I think that bridge is actually needs to be crossed right here. Because these are going to be an issue. Yeah, so I can't move this over to win one more space, but I could just get like this would be fine, and then I can sort of say. And there. Yeah, that actually doesn't look awful. That looks like it's actually intended. Except for this thing. I care a little bit about the grid, but not overly much. Yay. Useless making. There. Go. Did that change anything for you? Not really. Still goes up and around. Light oil is cut between the refineries. These? Or between these refineries? This is one network. This one's one network. This one's one network. Looks correct. Thank you. I think so too. We'll that's alright. I mean, just highlight if you see something that looks like a mistake, then most likely it is. But sometimes it isn't. And then I get super happy that I didn't make a mistake. So there's also that. Okay, so now I need to just build this design here. So, I mean, like this thing is kind of telling me that it wants to have this shape, but I don't think that's possible. Because I need to get these in here, and a 3-to-2 build, how would that look like? Like, obviously something like this, but then where's the beacon? This could work. Boom, 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 boom. But now, obviously we could do this and then make it a repeatable pattern. But now you're affected by 2, and then this ratio is off. Yeah. Well, it's not really off. It's still actually pretty good, to be honest. So this might actually not be the worst case. Let's have a look at what this would look. That would mean, like, how do I get it out of this then? Because this will be a repeatable pattern like this. Actually like this. Then we'll just do like this here. That'll look better. Or maybe this will even look even better. Oh yes. And we just need this outbound. Underground in the middle. Rocket fuel assembler. But this still has the issue of outbound, so this one is still kind of forcing it out on this side, which is not great, because then all of this compactness is kind of annulled by that. Unless, of course, I build a pattern that does like this. Then it still feels pretty close, and that one is making exactly 1 and consuming 72, so we need a lot more of this. Oh yeah. And then now I'm kind of thinking, oh, why don't you just do this? And if I do that, then it becomes off again. Way off. Yeah. If I do this, it might actually be back to 1:1 ratio. I'm just going to try that, right? To see if I do this. Will that be 1:1? Not quite, but it's closer to 1:1. I also had something up here that was incredibly compact. This one. Now this is obviously not a beacon build, but it's beautiful before beacons. This is such a cool build. Unfortunately, it is expired before we basically put it in use. I'm not super keen on this. Then I just need you to be outputting somewhere else, and that's kind of not working. This is the maximum distance they can be apart. This one is a good ratio, but I don't have a way to output this. Rotate chemical plants and move them 1 vertically. Rotate. Ah, yes, good idea. Ah, right. That makes it more compact. Love it. Good idea. Don't know how that doesn't solve much, but it's correct that it's more compact. So by all metrics, this is a better design. And then maybe we can justify it by saying, well, now that it's smaller. That's a little bit off here. And then the problem with this is what it has to be, right? And then, yeah, suddenly we don't have a lot of space here anymore. Because I ended up building a design that was too clunky. You can see that this design is really good, really bad. This one is, okay, maybe I only technically need this space, which means that I could move this one over to sort of get it closer to the edge, like that. I would also like this to move down again. I would actually like to move it down here. But not just yet. I need to do it like this. This must be possible, right? These two and these two. Yes, it is possible. Here, 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 and... Alright. This is also an option. Ooh. Ooh. Huh? Huh? Yes. Keep forgetting this pattern here, because this pattern is much better. Oh yes. Much nicer. Now we can make it even one further down. Love the silliness. Love the silliness here. That's connected, and this is connected. Then that's the only... This is the weakest link design-wise, is this little curl here. Oh, it doesn't matter, because then it could just go up here and it will still be the same trouble.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Steam conflict end? Yes, Steam conflict end, yes. Alright, so undo, 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 undo. I think this one. This doesn't know what it's supposed to be. It starts the whole thing again. Yeah, there's no way for this to look less awful than it is. What if this gun goes one back? That doesn't hurt anything, right? Then this thing could go all the way over here. And that would be... This is then the steam. Hmm? What would that do? Oh. But it would be better. Oops, this is a wrong one. Still fast enough. 2 point... Oh, no, this lost the beacon. No, it lost the beacon. Yeah, and steam job command, yes. Don't want to have like random higher quality here. So what the problem with this was that now it lost its beacon. This one was purely aesthetic, so Can Can we boost in Novice if you export materials to Vulcanus? Yes, you can. Well, the point of this one is actually to be able to free the belt here. Because, yes, that's awful, but this was the goal of what I did. So, yes, we did some awful things here, but, right? Yes. Even like this. So, then the question is, was it still better? No steam input. Well, what? Steam input? For this one, yeah, it's true, but that's... We can do that. There. Vertical pipes can go heavy, light petroleum, then steam. This free space for the belt. Yeah, I was also thinking like maybe these two could be switched so that the steam would be down here. Maybe that would be better. So I'm just basically mirroring this side here. So instead of... But... yeah, that would actually probably be better anyway. That's a little bit of a hassle to do. But you're sort of suggesting these to be switched. Let me see. There's an advantage of doing that. There's also an advantage of doing it here because now I can get the belt out. But I do think that maybe it'll be better to switch this here. So I'm going to just take this as a copy of what it is currently and then, well, kill all of that. And all quiet. So now I'm saying I would much rather have it up here. Because that would allow me to get the steam on the bottom one, and we think that may be better. I think. Well, better is a big word for something like this. No kink shaming. Oh, vertical pipes. Oh, right. Okay, they could go heavy, light petroleum. Heavy, light petroleum. That's what I have. Then steam. But I don't need the steam now on a vertical one because it goes straight in. Straightish in. Morden, thank you for the 46 months. Yeah, what we have now is cleaner. Yes, this one is a little bit... This kink we'd like to get rid of. But I don't think I can in an easy way. I could take this out and then kind of make it... Get it over here. Then it wouldn't be visible that there's a kink here. It also just seems a little bit silly now. No, this one has to go in here straight in, and therefore it has to go in on the side, yeah. And now that one is out of power again. Can get that one, but then you are out of power, but... Like, this would be ideally be placed here, but nope. That would mean more petroleum. What happened to our petroleum suddenly? Oh, it's just that nothing else is being used except petroleum. This is not important one. This is not important. So we could just go here and here to sort of continue this pattern. And then it'll be fine. Good. Steam. And then it starts up again. Great. Steam's going. You can clean up the water kink. Yes. No more water kinks. No, no water kinks here. That's some nice water kinks. This one goes around. I like this now. That is like, particularly the fact that this belt is so smooth. So now we try to see if this thing can be put in here. I would love to be able to put one in more in here, but okay, let's be honest. I'm not super happy about this design. We have it, it's kind of there. Let's see if we can do something better. This one can't be compacted anymore. I'm happy with this, but let's see. This part is the awful part, and I don't want to do like weird squiggly lines. That's a little bit silly. And this is not very much, so I could also be doing a design that's like, you can also do a, let's just say, some kind of design that works like this, and only one, but then having the beacons sort of embedded underneath or something. Let's try that. We'll just kind of use this as a template, so we don't use racket like this. Then what if this one could be moved in underneath like this? It has a really big issue with that. Then it goes out here again, which is the same coverage. The only really valuable one would be if it could go in and sort of reach both of them in here. But now it, yeah. Yeah, the ratios go off, but we can then just add more or less or something if we change the ratios here. But this bothers me that I can't get it to hit properly. And like now I'm thinking, how do we do this for green circuits? This is a green circuit build, like an old school green circuit build. Where do we put beacons in that? Wild idea, we can put solid fuel on a belt. So decouple them instead of the direct insertion, then basically decouple them and say, we have one build for that, one build for that. I don't think so, but I don't mind giving it a shot. The good news about this is that it can be pretty compact and then go onwards. This one would then be a lot, and it would produce 15. So we'd now need to figure out how much. How much would this be able to consume? Seriously, 10 even? Just 10? Okay, but then it needs a little bit more. On a belt running underground above the red inserters. What? Not in this case. I'll put fuel on a belt running undergrounds above the red inserters. Okay, so not on this build, but on the build we were sort of trying to build down here, right? This little bit more open one. Where I'm just for now assuming that I don't do that. Yeah, then these would be, for example, that could work, yeah. We still have the issue of how do we get this inbound. Might not be like, there's a pipe here and there's a pipe here. Because that has to be symmetric anyway, and then this one goes like that. Does that take less space? I think it does. One tile off. One freaking tile. Oh. Do we even need this to be so far away? Couldn't this one be done? Am I missing something here? And this is the repeatable module. So let's try jamming that in here, 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 and oh my god, we can make 4 of them. Oh my god, this is crazy. Well, it's too crazy, but whatever. Love that there's a sound now when it updates one of those records. Like so now we just need inbound here somehow. This can be... This is the perfect location, I guess. And then we just need somewhere to get this. Whoosh! And then power poles. Kind of forgot that. It's UI is annoying sometimes. I think it's pretty neat. And then we still have this one is helping out. Yes, it does. Oop. How did you lose your... Oh, okay. Well, that just happened. This is a pretty compact build, and it seems to be doing stuff. And what about now? Then all of this is... how do you make sure that the heavy oil is not consumed by the coal liquefaction? Because with the new system, it goes into... it goes in here, and then it always is available. Well... You are correct that there is a slight chance. Like, if, for example, the coal stops, then, or this one stops, then it stops producing more, and then it can still consume it, but then it won't be, yeah. So you're right, it can still be done, and I'm not really securing that in a safe and sound way. I was thinking of I want a box of heavy oil somewhere, but that's surprisingly difficult to get. And I also need to find some kind of method to balance, because this is using way too much, and this one is using way too much. But how do I balance them? Do I just go like, yeah, fuck it. If one is full, then the other one will do stuff, or am I gonna say? Only work with the one that has the least quantity of ore. Especially since they've been making negative heavy oil. Yes, yeah, you're right. We need to do the heavy oil, and we need to figure out how to do a balancing. I don't know how to do. I don't know what. Or don't know. Sorry. Right now, I don't have a great idea for how to balance the plastic versus that. It's not like one of them is more important. It could be something like if the content of the boxes is less than, then shut down the other one, so that it kind of redirects to the most important, or something like that. Because right now it's just working. And let's say, what if we do this? Now the plastic stops. Obviously this is not gonna work, because If plastic stops, we have no way of consuming the last bit of plastic. But what we should see now is that these eventually will stop converting when this pipe here is full. It's very far from full. Yeah, these ones stop working at some point when they're... There we go. And now we should start seeing this pipe slowly filling up. And once that fills up... Well, this one has to be filled up. I don't even know how full this is, but very far from very full. Yeah, very far from full. Move calcite for steam 1 block right. Should be able to put a tank. Calcite for steam. Not quite, but yeah, I get it. That has to be like this. Oh, oh, right. Nope, not like that, but here. Then I think it has to be this one that has to sacrifice. So what is this one doing? Ooh, cute. That's really cute. Nice. Thank you, Diamond. That's nice. Let me just let me just check that again. Let's go over here and... Okay, so let me see if I can figure this one out. What... Oh, is that actually more compact? Because you're putting it... Let me just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to the middle. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Shared 9. No, this is wider. Yours is wider than mine, so that's no good. Yeah, it looked nice. It looked really nice, but it was actually not a better idea. We'll keep this one. Yeah, so this one is going to be the heavy oil. What are we going to do with the heavy oil? What are we actually going to say about the heavy oil? Like, should this be like only push it over here? I guess it's something like this. And saying, okay, enable when the heavy oil is more than 1000. It doesn't have to be much. It just has to be a little bit. Right? So when it's more than 1000, you're allowed to reprocess it, which will be very soon, very easy. Yes. On the cracking plan, it's less transparent, I think, to have conditions of these. But I do agree that this is the old school way of doing it. No. Nope. Why? Because that means that it's one parameter I have to change 4 different places. That's no good. You don't define parameters 4 different places. You define it once. That threshold, 1000. You define it once, and that's it. Otherwise, I have to set each of these to 1000, 1000, 1000, 1000. And if you want to have 100, then you have to change it 4 places. That's clunky, and it's bad form, programming-wise. So that controls that I'd never run out. Now the next one I need is, how do I balance the use of this? I don't know. I really don't know. I could just let it go and go like, whatever. It'll figure itself, it'll balance itself out. Once the plastic is full, then it'll be making more of this. Once this is full, then it'll be more plastic. Whichever one gets consumed will be made. Control light cracking the same way, but is that... But this is the old way of looking at it. Like, light cracking would be like, okay, I need... Like, normally, or a novice, I would say, I want to make sure that I have enough rocket fuel and then everything else goes into plastic, because plastic goes into science, so you always need more. Maybe that's still the same argument. That's not really a good argument. Because in this case I would say, okay, make sure we have a stockpile of rocket fuel before we make plastic. And I'm like, well, yes, a stockpile like 100 maybe would be fine, but I'd also like to have 2,000 stockpiled. That would be nice to have 2,000 stockpiled, because you never know, and that would be nice to have it. And why not? When it's just chugging along, just build up a buffer. So if it's less than 1 to 100, then absolutely stop making plastic and start making rocket fuel. But not as in fill up the buffer of rocket fuel entirely and then go back. It will get stuck if plastic isn't consumed. So fluid voiding, no. And that is true, but there is no realistic scenario where you're consuming rocket fuel but not consuming plastic, because plastic goes into red circuit, which goes into blue circuit, which is part of the rocket, and it goes into low density structure, which is part of the rocket launch. So you will always consume some plastic every time you consume some rocket fuel, with the exception of trains running on rocket fuel, and that's not going to be a big deal. So there will always be a slight consumption of plastic together with it, but there might also be a higher consumption of plastic which is not matched by a consumption of rocket fuel, such as we make red circuits, blue circuits, modules, whatever. Or you don't limit anything and it will split evenly. Yes, I think it will split evenly. Rocket fuel for sending stuff up seems important. All of it is important. Like, if we are not going to launch anything if we have rocket fuel but no red circuits. No red circuits, on no blue circuits, and no low density structure. So we need plastic as much as we need rocket fuel. The question is just, do we let it self-balance by just letting it go and then it'll be working at half pace, all of it? This is actually looking like it's working full while these are starving. Oh yeah, it's because I did this here. Now, consume all of it. I'm Peyton and I forgot to follow. So used to watching bots. Well, you couldn't chat if you are not followed. So, welcome. Thank you for joining. And I'm gonna I forgot to take a break at 10 o'clock. I was saying, like, I'm running long on this, but that was what I did. We're gonna put some random... There. And this one has lights. This one. And this should also have lights. There, so we also got lights on this. Perfect. I think this is good, and I'm actually leaning towards having this one self-balance. Basically the way it works is, for every light oil that is available in this light oil network, there are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consumers here, and many consumers up here. There. That is 18 plus 12, so that's 30 consumers. So basically 7 37th will go in here, and 30 37th will go in here. More or less. These ones are probably always full, so they're not really consuming that much. But that's how the new system works, is that every consumer sort of pulls at the same rate until they have their internal buffer full. Which means these ones will always be starving, these ones will be full because they don't consume very much, and this one will sort of just consume a lot. So that means this is why we're seeing the plastic so inefficiently working, while the rocket fuel is working very well. Because there are more consumers, and therefore they get a bigger ratio of the light oil than gets converted. And if we then here, but on the other hand, this one will also fill up faster because it only stacks to 20, and once it's full, it's full. I think I'm happy about this. Let's do a little bit of trimming of here, and then actually just go with this build is done. Can it reach? Yeah. I want to get those from the corner, and it doesn't matter, but I like it. If at all possible. It's not possible. No, then I'm gonna have to accept it. But I don't like accepting it. Yeah? Huh. Beehive. It looks fine. Oh, that does not look fine. You. Someone has been messing with this. Good. New lubricant in this build? Nope, no lubricant in this build. This lubricant is not used very much, and lubricant is already taken care of as part of this. And lubricant is only used for the hub, and the hub is not using very much. So this one will be just fine, and it will be built much quicker. So we have to build the lubricant first, as one of the first things. Otherwise, we simply cannot get started on unlocking tech if we don't have lubricant. So we need to build lubricant in the beginning. When we build the lubricant in the beginning, we don't need anymore. So having it here as well doesn't do anything for us. And inbounds, I think the inbounds are pretty damn amazing. The fact that we only have this as inbound, and then building, bringing in a tiny bit of calcite with robots is pretty damn amazing. I love that. And it's a nice build. I think this is a really good build. Let's blueprint it before I throw it away. I don't think I blueprinted stuff on Vulcanus at all, did I? No? Oh, right, it's because it's not quite ready. Ugh, man, I need to spend so much time this week on this. There might be a possibility where there is no plastic consumption. Nope. When rocket fuel is empty and plastic buffer and the chips buffer is full, we would stall out and not being able to send rockets because we don't have fuel. So also no further plastic consumption would be created. No, as long as any science is working, then that science will require plastic for red circuit. As soon as we request one plastic, it's on again. And you'd read really low consumption of plastic for it to work. You just need to consume 29 plastic per second, or petroleum per second, which corresponds to 4 plastic per second. So if we can this can run at full speed if we at full speed committed only to rocket fuel, if we're just consuming 4 plastic per second. That's not much. Like, yeah. Yeah, rocket science might stall if you can't send it on planet. That's a really hypothetical scenario. Like, you have to say, like, every single science is stalling. The entire hub is stalled. Not stalled, is full buffer. Like, every single science is fully buffered. Every single hub item that requires red or blue circuit is buffered. And plastic is entirely buffered. And rocket fuel is completely empty. Like, I'm not going to count on that scenario. It's completely hypothetical. It is a very hypothetical edge case, but if it happens, you're very welcome to say, I told you, which is totally fine. I'll gladly accept that. We can plan for it, yes, but there's also a case of it is on the same level as you as a programmer is um, sort of making it robust towards solar rays flipping bits. Yeah, okay, that can happen, sure. And I know every single developer out there. I know you. You've all been using that as an excuse for your own shitty code, and you just be like, "Well, there must be electromagnetic radiation flipping a bit. It must be because I don't know. It's not my code. We've all know you've been using that excuse, and you don't build code to be robust towards that. And it's kind of the same kind of hypothetical scenario. If it happens, I mean, you are an operator. You just do that. Cosmic rays are the bane of my existence. That means you are in charge. That's probably because you are not as a developer, but you are working as QA, and you hear the developers say that it's cosmic rays. If we reach the stall point, we have bigger issues. No, actually not. Like literally, if that hypothetical scenario works, then all you have to do is do that. Then it works again. It's that simple. So let's not spend too much time on a scenario that is so hypothetical and is so easy to fix. Heavy rain sand. Didn't get that. I've never heard someone try to bullshit their way out of coding error in such a ridiculous way in my work life. Well, you have not. I've heard way too many developers trying to say that. And I'm like, fuck off. Just go back to the code. I'm not going to hear that. Yeah, but it's the only explanation. Like, no, it's not. It's not. It's not the only explanation. Note the time you are not paid to write bulletproof code, rather than make it work. Somehow fix it later. Yeah, exactly. This is also the point. Like we are not supposed to make a Factorio base that can handle every single hypothetical scenario, because then it gets so convoluted that it breaks under its own weight instead of actually working. So at least that's kind of my opinion on those kind of things. Okay, we'll do this. Just need it here. First one, the blueprint book is called Vulcanus. And it should also just have just this one. Nothing else, just so that we know that this is what it's about. This is what it's all about. This will be and rocket fuel and plastic. Snap to grid, 50-50. Probably don't need this. Probably don't need that or that. And then boop. Yes, perfect. So we got this one sorted. It'll still need to be cleaned up, of course, but it's good enough so that if I break it, then it's not broken forever. It's still in my blueprint library. Forgot my break still. Let me take a break now and then take the end break at midnight. So we'll skip one break. Let me do that. Because I don't think we'll see another extra hour. So, thoughts on what next thing should be? I have my ideas, but you feel free to throw your weight in there. Be back in 2 minutes. And we're back. All right, so let's see. Random unexplainable stuff happens. First, blame the memory corruption somewhere. Well, when I wrote C++ code, because I did, my master thesis is written in C++, and then my biggest issue was the fact that I didn't understand pointers, so I ran out of memory all the time, and I just didn't understand them. So I was, as I was writing my master thesis, remember this is 2005, I just couldn't understand that the larger data sets just weren't performing sort of linearly, and it was just like there was something wrong, and I couldn't figure it out. And then I saw the memory, and I was like, "Fuck!" It's 2 weeks until I hand in my thesis. There's no way that I can learn how pointers and releasing memory works in the time, and redo this. I'm just gonna buy twice as much memory, and then just stick it in the PC, and then let Moore's law solve that problem. And then like just barely enough enough memory to run the biggest data sets, and then go like, well, there we go, didn't need to learn that, never need to code again. And that is, and then I thought at that time was like, I will never be a proper programmer if I do those kind of things. But I'm sure that all of you out there go like, oh, spoken like a true true programmer. Like, do I want to learn something, or do I just want to copy paste someone else's solution, or throw more hardware at it? Throw more hardware at it. Yep. Manual memory management is easy if you never free any memory. Manual memory management. Yes, I guess memory. I mean, I don't know what I was doing. I was just the fact was that I was using memory and I was never releasing it again. So, and remember, you have to think about as a novice 2005 programmer. So I'm sure that there's a lot of, no, I'm not sure in C++, but I would imagine that there's a lot of handling added since then that sort of makes that easier. But that was just not happening. So sometimes more hardware is cheaper than having a developer fix the issue. Yes, sometimes it is, especially when you're on a deadline. With larger scale and add purple signs to that now. Yes, it is. If you just nest enough loops, eventually the problem will fix it off. I don't know. Wrote my own memory management layer that sat on top of the OS that added to help with tracking down memory leak corruption. Saved American many times. Wow. Yep. I mean, that sounds like a nice thing to have if you need that. So, yeah. Floating around of some guided missile firmware code with a memory leak, so they added more RAM until it couldn't run out of memory before hitting its target at maximum distance. I mean, we don't know if that's true, but you know, it's one of those stories that it doesn't matter if it's true, and we will never know if it's true, but it's a good story. So now we are actually in a scenario where plastic is full and the whole thing has stopped. So if we now consumed all of our rocket fuel without consuming a single plastic, then we'd have a problem. But that's not happening. Self-automated turned itself off and on again. Yeah. All right. So now what is the next thing? Now what we have is we now have rocket fuel and plastic. The reason why we made rocket fuel is, of course, to launch rockets. The reason why we made plastic is because we want to make LDS and red circuits, blue circuits. So what we need to do is make an equivalent amount, 3, no, more like 2 per second here. That'll be sort of the stable. Yeah, so blue chips and LDS. And I kind of want to combine it with this design because why not? If we look at it sort of from the beginning perspective, then this one can just be plopped in here, get some coal in from some side, and then it'll be happy. While this doesn't deserve its full system. So could we put something else on top of it? Yeah. So let's see. We have now bad builds. We need to make red circuits. That's pretty awful. Here. Let's just start get some sense of scale here. I love this design. Like, this is my favorite. This one. This is it. There's a lot of things this doesn't do, but there's also a lot of things that works really well like this. Okay, and the worst part is we do not at this point have any electromagnetic plants, so things are just awful. At least we don't have to worry about that. So here, this is pretty damn close. So let's kind of maybe this is the scale we're looking for first. And then we need 17.5. So this is actually pretty close to ratio. Nice. But there's also another part, like if this is 1 to 1 to 1, there might be a better way of doing it. But it is at least sort of, yeah, the hub will consume extra reds and extra greens and extra blues. So the whole thing has to be... Right now, the first thing I want to do is kind of get a sense of, is it going to be this size or is it going to be double the size? Then, right now, this does not look like an intimidating amount of anything. So this is good. How quickly are you planning to go to Fulgora for implants? Not quickly. My intention is that we land here. We need to get yellow and purple signs on here before we move on. And then the question is, if we want to make those two things, shouldn't we also get the other 4 sciences? Ultimately, yes, it's going to be a lot of design work, but stamping it down is going to be pretty simple. It's just, okay, now we need these sciences. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. And then hook up the stuff we need, and then that should be fine. What SPM science are you aiming for? I'm not aiming for anything right now. What I have right now on Navis is 1.5 per second, and that's fine. But that's also with blue. That's gonna get us to here, and then from here we are going to sort of start working on a higher number because we're going to be wanting some of this stuff and some of this stuff here. And they are just like, they're starting to consume a lot more resources. So let's get that built. Maybe not scaling up science too much before EM plants. Exactly. That's also another consideration. So it might just be that we build a quick purple and yellow science to unlock all of that. And once we then unlocked all of these sciences here, then we're also in a position where we can make, like, nope, not like that, but anything that's only purple, only yellow. So, man, it's complicated to see. Okay, so batteries, yes. Laser shooting speeds is relevant, but fission reactor. It's annoying that we can't do this easily before we go back to Navis, and I don't really want to go back to Navis for those kind of things. Personal Roboport Mark II must also have a Personal Roboport Mark I. Okay, so that's not really that valuable. It's also not accessible, but getting better ammo would be nice. What else? What else? What else? What else? Robot speed, cargo size, sure. There's not really a lot that we must have, and there's of course some Power Armor Mark 2s before we get Mech Armor, because we have to get the Power Armor Mark 2 before going in here, because the key benefit of going to Fulgora is the E-implant and the Mech Armor. Not a big deal to ship like 50 uranium cells. Well, it is, because we don't have uranium, so that is a big deal. It's something that has to be built, and we want to leave Navis as fast as possible. Here there's not much, like also uranium ammo, not really needed for anything. Yeah, no, not really. Remove the correct. No, I didn't remove it. I just want to. I value going to Vulcanus first or before. Like, yeah, we have this one. The part about this one is, sure, it works. But the thing is, like, when I built this base up to here, then how long time is it going to take to build a station and get the sulfur out, find that damn uranium out here, attack my way out, push the walls out, secure it, all that stuff. It takes 2 hours. I don't know, for me, because I want to make sure the perimeter is pushed out, and uranium might be like a little bit of distance away. So I don't want to be put in the position where we must get uranium on Navis before we can leave, because I don't really like that idea. That's why. So I'd like to be able to leave Navis without uranium, and then just accept that things are going to be really shitty without having Covarex. Well, not the Covarex, but without having. Well, no. Let's turn around. Uranium. This one here. I don't have this. That means anything that is below this is inaccessible. That means I don't have the portable fission reactor. That's okay, because I don't have the yellow science either. So there's 2 reasons why I don't have it. If I unlock uranium, I still don't have the fission reactor because I don't have the yellow science. So I'm needing yellow science anyway. So for me, I'm kind of thinking, okay, it's either getting uranium and the fission reactor, which is yellow science, or it's neither. And I feel that it's neither, and then get to Vulcanus, set up some yellow science, maybe come back to Navis, set up some uranium, and then go to Fulgora. Or maybe even get the yellow science, go to Fulgora, because even on Fulgora, we can probably, can we make use? It's just so bad, this portable fission. No, this is really good, but we needed something before that. There's no power option before that, unfortunately. Like the solar panels are so bad. It bothers me that they're so bad. Yeah. It's pretty strong on Vulcanus. Yes, it is. So everything about my decisions is about where is the next hour most valuably spent at. So I want to get off of Navis because things are harder to scale in Navis than they are on Vulcanus. So we want to get to Vulcanus because once we start just pulling things out of lava, then it's easy. And we have foundries as well. So we want to get there, and then when we can, the argument should be when do we have easier time to build something back on Navis? There's nothing actually on Vulcanus that makes it easier to do something on Navis, with the exception of if we get yellow science. I'm just trying to figure out, if we get yellow science, we also get military 4, then we can also get the power armor, which makes us a lot more durable going out, but not really getting none of these other things. Artillery could be a thing, but I don't think artillery is worthwhile to rush in any way. There's also the part about the yellow science gives us some much needed artillery updates. So I think that we can say that once we have yellow science, we have power armor. Therefore, we are better able to push out the walls towards the uranium, and then tap the uranium, get that back, and then with the first bits of uranium, get these ones going, these uranium fuel cells. Yeah. About a factory that can make anything of any quality. Did you have a good solution? No. There's no good solution to a factory that makes anything of any quality. So, how about an outpost for uranium instead of pushing out? It doesn't mesh well with the design. It doesn't work for the way that I play the game. It's that simple. Okay, let me put some more words to it. If I do that, what do I win? What do I lose? First things first. What do we win? Well, we win the fact that we can just go out there, set up shop, pull a train line, done. Well, what we lose is that you have to build everything out there yourself. And that means running back and forth. There's no house robots that deliver anything for you. You just have to grab everything in inventory, go run out there and go out and go like, not enough rails, go back. More rails, big power poles, go back. You know, you could do the better, but I couldn't. I'll have to run back 4 times to get all the stuff done. Then you have to set up protection for it. What are you going to do? Laser turrets? Yeah, but you don't have uranium power yet or nuclear power yet. So solar power and then going all in on laser turret doesn't really seem great. The other part is that, yeah, sure, this base is nice, but this is not how the base is going to look like, because we are going to be going out and tapping some more resources. So this is why I want to go here and then do some command. The reveal map command. Wonder if I have that. There we go. Perfect. Ha. So let's talk about what this map would look like anyway. By the time we are ready to launch a rocket, we would need to have some of these locations tapped anyway. So I'm already out here and here and here and here and here, presumably. And we tap this, and we might even have tapped that, but most likely no, we'll tap this and this. And at that point, you can see if I have a perimeter that looks somewhat, can I do drag? Oh yeah, like this. Like if I have something that looks like this, then the incremental need to go like that isn't very much. And this is why I think that if you're sort of building the base, this is my base, walls and in the right white box, and then have an outpost here and an outpost here and an outpost here and an outpost here and an outpost here, then by all means make another outpost, by all means. But that's not how I want to build. I would build probably at least like this, and then to get uranium, I'd have to extend it out here, which means that by the time I want to extend out to get this oil, I would extend it out here anyway, because, then I get the uranium anyway. So that's why my way of working, and then I can just let the house robots do the work, and I can run around trimming all the bases, and yeah. Ooh, could you copy the completed base to check the footprint on the real Nilaus? Yeah, sure, that's a good idea. Definitely not big. And of course, the starter ones would be running out anyway, so probably build it like this. This is so small, the space. This is, Also, check out the cliffs. You're not going to get in trouble with cliffs at all for the starter base. Or if you want to be insane, then you can do this. Or if you want to be just ridiculous, then you can turn it upside down, and then don't ask me for advice. I go the crazy road and have an automated build train that will maintain defenses and outposts, as well as any supplies needed by the outpost. Good for you. It's not the fastest way of doing it. And I've also done that as well. And it's something I do when the base is really big, not when starting up. And of course, it's something, if you've built it and you've put it into every single one of your bases, then it makes sense that you're just sort of, oh, I'm making an outpost, so I make my pick up iron ore outpost or train station, and then I have the extra station that is already configured to have robots and repair packs and extra materials and all that stuff. So I can totally understand that. If you want to go the outpost, you kind of need that. You kind of need to make sure that the occasional damaged turret or ammo or whatever has to be replaced. And that kind of forces you to have a train like that going there, unless you want to move out manually, just chop up once in a while. And I don't think we want to do that in a automation game. I just spaghetti my starter base because I have to rip it up anyways. See, that's the point. I'm not ripping this one up. This one will last the whole base, the whole game, I think. May I ask what goal you're planning for here? Looks like maybe not a speedrun. It's just a strong base for tutorial videos. It's not just. It's basically, if you want to play the game in a really structured way, here's a path through the game which is efficient and makes sense and is well thought out, well planned, well designed. It's not the fastest, because then you're in the very wrong channel if you think that if you're coming here for speedruns advice, then you're gonna be sorely disappointed. But it's a base that you can build, and once this is built, it's just gonna do stuff, and it's gonna continue to do stuff, and it's gonna look juicy while doing that, and it's just gonna continue. So, and this base is I think this looks amazing, but that's my aesthetic feel. There's also another thing here. We are not making. We're not making explosives here. So even though we're making sulfur, I'm not actually getting sulfur anywhere. So there's also the argument that you could do something like this and then say, you know what, when we get to never mind. When we get to up here, then this is also a place where we make ammunition, because maybe at the point when we want to get out and clear this, we also want to have explosives so that we can use the tank for something useful. On the other hand, I think the tanks is actually fine. Now we have to update all the blueprint, but I'm brainstorming here. Then here we can have a design. It's blue box design. And then either make it into shells, cannon shells, or explosive shells. I'll do explosive shells. They're more fun. And plastic and steel is something we have. Steel here, and plastic is somewhere. It could all. Right, as I was saying, the plastic is already ready to go up here, so there's not even anything I have to change. It's already good to go. And same with the steel. And now we have all the things we need, except coal. God damn it. Because coal is coal is it. I don't know how many times we now have moved those damn electric engines. Okay, so as I was saying, we have everything prepared for a excursion up here. Nothing will be obstructing us as we go up. We are just getting the coal up here. Just happily getting coal. No disruptions. No. Ah, fuck. Yeah, actually, I don't think this is supposed to be here. I think it's supposed to be right here. This is exactly where I'm sure it has to be. Right there. No. Oops. So, as I was saying, everything is already prepared and we didn't even have to do any changes. We have all the things, the sulfur, the coal, the plastic, the steel. We get that up here. And we even also have the ammunition. So if we want to, when this one's done, get better ammunition, then that's also available. See, completely as planned. Everything was prepared in advance. Yeah, so that's an easy one. Could also make the red ammo up there. Yes, but I need it way earlier. So I need the red ammo at this point. So I can't wait until I make it up here. That's too late. Because I need it as soon as I get the military science. Then I want to also be able to use the red ammo. So I need to get it. But sure. Sure. And then this one would be some kind of explosives plus explosive shells. Don't know how that. Also do rockets. Either do rockets. It depends on what you prefer. I don't think it makes sense to both do rockets and shells because either you're in a tank or you're not in a tank. You're not both. So I'd probably just go with the explosive cannon shells, but it's basically the same recipe. And the iron we definitely have right here. Definitely have. So that's also an option. Need my tank to have rockets too? Oh yes, you do. I do that too. I want that too. Um, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. What do you what do you guys prefer? I think if I want to clear biters, then build a tank, put explosive cannon shells, and just run around and exploding everything. Boom, done. Not a big deal. While if I run around with rockets, then how am I gonna kill all the biters? Do I run back and forth with turrets and stuff like that? Artillery is too late or too cumbersome to set up at this point. Yeah, tank it after that Spidertron. Yeah, Spidertrons are kind of at that point. Biters are not really a thing, but sure, if you want to expand, then it's nice to have like a couple of those. Yeah, you just turret creep. Yeah, but turret creeping on is fine if you want to go out and tap and for outposting. Turret creeping is fine, but for sort of clearing out. Yeah, let's take this area. Then turret creeping is pretty shit in my opinion. Then you want something that's faster. And they go like, okay, and now I want to take this area as well. Or something like that. Then I don't like, yeah, I guess yes, exactly. Too much sort of picking up, going back, repairing. So this is not much more work, and we have the space. I think in the spirit of the mascot, it would be sensible to build both, just to user has the option to choose. Uh, my my opinion on whether that makes sense depends on how much space I have. Because if I don't have enough space, then it's a bad idea. If I have enough space, then it might be a good idea. So yeah, it's a little cheating to say that. Um, but this definitely needs to be moved. So I guess we leave Vulcanus for a little bit and oops and do a design work here because now we get distracted. There. And then we need... Okay, so I can talk a little bit about some real life stuff that's just kind of musings, nothing particularly exciting. So anyway, here's a little bit of insight into what I've been doing today. My daughter is starting at a, I have no idea what it's called. It's actually probably a boarding school, but boarding school sounds so bad. It's not really like a boarding school, but it is a boarding school for 10th grade. So normal Danish school is 0 to 9, and then you go to high school. But in between, a lot of young people take like not a sabbatical, but like a 10th grade, and it's often taken at a boarding school. When I was a kid, at that age, those boarding schools were for unadjusted youth. So it's like basically the government was sort of saying, "Yeah, your kid is in so much trouble. The last chance of him not becoming a criminal is to send him on a boarding school." That was how it was, but it's completely changed over that couple of generations. So now it's like really for the privileged. So it's a boarding school focused on dancing. Well, there's also other stuff. It's an athletic boarding school. No, it's a after school. And where were we? Yeah, so and she's going on a dance class. So we were there today for a tryout day. So I was there where there were 160 other kids, and they have like three of those, so it's like 600 kids. So I was sitting there. All the parents were in the back. All the kids were in the front, and looking at they're all 15-year-old ninth graders. It's fucking ridiculous. So some observations from an old man at the back. Like all the young girls were incredibly good looking. Like they were like perfect hair, perfect makeup, a little too much bronzer to be honest, with lipstick, with perfect clothing and expensive designer bags. They were just like a whole bunch of little models, and I was like, and of course it's a athletic school, so everyone is really athletic, and I was like, that's crazy. And then all the boys were like 6'3", like 190, really broad over the shoulders, and they every single fucking one had the same haircut. I counted there were 80 boys, and two of them did not have the meet me at McDonald's haircut, like the short in the side and then curly cauliflower. It was so ridiculous. Like everyone except two had those. Yeah, the broccoli cut. Um, yeah, 190. It felt like it. I was like, I'm 6 feet, so 182, and I was like, what the fuck are they eating? And of course, this was handball. So handball is usually catering for bigger blokes. They're not no short ones. So it was not a representative selection, but it was like they're they're really everyone was athletic and good looking and sharp because of course like as a 15-year-old you're going there to meet your fellow students. There is a lot of work being put into the makeup for the girls and like looking good and being sort of presenting well. Uneven unloading because of the splitter setup. Like that one? Uneven unloading. This one? Yes. Yes, I am. But I don't care. But it was really it was it was crazy to see how youth looked like today. Might might be different from the stories when I was in school. Exactly. It's also what I was. It was exactly my thought as well. Like, damn, lots of things have changed. Yeah, and just to put it into context, the girls were like full on makeup. I don't like that makeup look, overly makeup. And the thing is, like, they still have like baby faces, but they look and dress and behave like adult models. And like it's so jarring to see these baby faces and then sort of pretending to be very grown up. I'm like, is this US? Sounds like US. No, it's then Denmark. No, you wouldn't see. Sorry to say that you would probably not see a more homogenous group than, like, you would not see this group was about as homogenous as it gets, because first of all, it's only for athletics, so you have to do tryouts to get accepted. It's costs a lot of money, so it's only for affluent parents. There are no sort of there are some scholarships, and then the Danish society is incredibly homogenous. So I don't think, now that I think about it, there were no one who were not like Caucasian, white, ethnic Danes. So very, very homogenous group, to the point where every single of the boys had the same haircut. You can't this you see this one's a problem. Okay, I'll show you what it looks like with a lane balancer, because it's kind of pathetic. Therefore, or not lane balancer, but this one, right? So if I put this in, like, what does it do actually? Like, it just doesn't make any sense for me to put this one in. Look at how little it does. Like, okay, so that one comes from here, and then these two go over here. So okay, so let's take this out. And this one doesn't need to be here. It could be right there. Is that better? I don't think so. I think this looks stupid. One by one lane balancer. But lane balancer doesn't matter. Like, why would you care about a lane balancer? Everything gets consumed anyway. This balancer looks wrong. It is not wrong. What is the wealth gap like in Denmark? It is the smallest in the world, pretty much. The difference between the richest and the poorest is basically nothing compared to pretty much every other country. But still, it's not so much just the price of going there. It's also sort of, if you're struggling as a parent, like with too much work, single mom, all that stuff, then you probably don't sort of have the capacity to sign up and figure out and pay up front and apply for rebates and scholarships. It's not just about the money. It's also sort of about the sort of, do you have the capacity to deal with all these things? What's the highest per tax bracket? No, it's way more than that. 60. You pay 52 plus 8%. So that's the highest tax bracket. I don't know why you want a side balancer. I always said is that it's difficult to be poor in Denmark, but impossible to be rich. Yeah, I understand that, and I guess that's a great way of saying it to foreigners, because it's kind of true. It's You can of course be rich, but you're not going to be rich from. The only way to be rich is owning a company. You can't be rich by having a high salary, because the salary gets 60% taxed. So the marginal increase in your salary is never really worth it. So you get to a point where the marginal the marginal value of a salary increase isn't very much, and you'd much rather want something else, options or something. So so not different now. It's pretty nuts now. What's the cost of much better social security? That's the cost. Yeah, absolutely. I I, I pay a lot in taxes, like a silly amount in taxes, which is good. And it, I think it's good. Not just because like, oh, I get free healthcare, but it also gives me a peace of mind in the sense that I say that I live in a society where, to the extent that it's possible, it is possible for everyone to survive, which is something that I feel good about, right? It's not like, oh, I have to walk through downtown and then sort of have blinders on because then I don't see all the homeless people. It's like, no, there are a few homeless people, but they're not usually ethnic Danes. They're tourists, kind of come to Denmark to be homeless in Denmark a lot, or there's some who are homeless and they can have drug issues, and that's kind of not really any way to really solve that. But like, there's no working poor in Denmark. I think that's the main point. Like, there's no working poor. If you are working and there's enough work, then you're not poor. You can make ends meet and you have room to get some good stuff as well, right? Okay, I'm gonna need to do this first so we can do this design here. Would you ever use explosive rockets? I don't think so. I think I would use this to kill. Like, if you want this, man, I kind of have to, because you never know. You never know what silliness people are up to. But does that mean I also need the other kind of explosives just because sense of completion here, right? Yeah, I don't think this is relevant except on Vulcanus, and I don't think this is relevant. So I think we just build these two. I'd happily pay more in taxes if I thought the government would be more responsible. Yeah, that's the part, right? That's the part. Like, if you pay taxes and then it just goes into a capital reduction, or sort of, so that if you pay less taxes on capital gains, and we're like, well, that's only the richest of the rich who get that. Then yeah, sure, you don't want to pay taxes for that. I completely understand that. And then we're gonna get explosives in the middle. So maybe we get the two special things on the outside for you. I get the explosives in the middle, and then I get like the stuff that we are bringing in here. And you get iron on the outside. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. I dislike this pattern though. It takes so much space, but let's try it today again, for old time's sake. Did your daughter get in? Oh, she is already in. I paid everything. It's yeah. So no worries. It wasn't like a tryout or anything. It was a try it. So trying to be at the school and seeing how it felt and be part of the community and meet the other ones and all that stuff. So it was a good day. I must admit that I had a little bit more high hopes. I had talked to her. We had to drive for 2 hours to get there, and I had told her, like, part of this is also like we have some time to talk, and and then we got in the car, and I was like, so what are you looking forward to the most? I'm like, I don't know, I'm tired. Come on, there must be something. I don't know, just leave me be, I'm tired. Lovely. That's a fun 2 hour drive. So I drove there, 2 hours drive there, 2 hours sitting there listening to them talk about the school, then 4 hours of getting off site, waiting, because the parents were not allowed to be on campus while they were sort of doing some exercises and some seeing the places and all that stuff. So we had to go out. So I was just basically sitting at a charger for 4 hours, and then coming back, picking her up, driving 2 hours back, and she fell asleep because she was so tired. So it's one of those days where you just know that, okay, I just completely sacrificed this day for my my daughter, All right, cool. You have those kind of days as a parent. Mhm. My kids depend on certain programs for special needs, and they're getting slashed as we. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that.
Our illustrious
And
champion
double.
returns. Welcome home.
Yeah, Bell. Thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Oh, hold on. Here we actually use the blue ones whenever we can. It's only on other planets where we splurge. This is going to be just a simple build. And I'll just be here. That will be coal and sulfur.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Hey, Slimmy! Thank you for the 7 months. So this works. Gets it out here. Goes on that belt. Goes out here. And then this one is also inbound. And this one. Ah, it fits perfectly. Nice. That's going to be... You know what? Let's... This is actually a really nice build. Let's see. How much is this making? This is making 2 per second. How much is this consuming? So I think we want 2 of these. And then... Massive surplus still. Still a little bit off. There. This is not necessary, and then these will go into... Nope. That one. Hold on, this is... someone messed it up. Oh, right, that's this one. Yeah, okay. Okay, so these will bring in here, and they will be filtered so that the top one is going to be explosive shells. And bottom one is going to be that one. And then... Stay here for a while. Don't even try to read my nickname. Thank you. It's in Polish. Well, just let me know what I should call it, because like all Polish names, there's always like an abbreviated version, which is completely illogical for non-Polish people. Like, how would that be the the short version of that? Like, I really don't want the water to be here, but that would have to be this one, and then I guess that needs to go on the inside then, which means it collides with that. No. Okay, so maybe just no water on this one. Water in, and you're in here, and you. This, not this. And I look like an idiot because that's not what I wanted. I wanted it to be built as far down as possible. Or maybe I don't. Actually, I want to maybe make it as far up as possible. What now? Smash it. Because now I also want the last bit is actually here. I kind of don't like that this is completely opposite of the grid down here. So, that one, and yeah, is that's fine. Yes, that's fine. Yeah. I'm also capping this one at 1 row of each. So this is actually not bad, I think. It's a pretty good utilization. The current post children about must coming on movies. Childhood nightmares of many children. Oh, nice. Not nice. When social security was created in the US, blah, blah, blah. We don't care about that. Well, we do care about it. We do care very much, but we don't want to need to get depressed about it. Don't. Oh, either how you get from Agnieszka to Ola. Okay, that's actually interesting because I've been seeing a girl called that, and she just calls herself Agnes in when she meets people here. But maybe I should try to call her Ola and then see if she responds and goes, "What?" I think I want to move this. Oh, yeah, it's definitely one tile down because it's, look, it's colliding up here. Yeah, that's better. Connected. This. And there. Look, it's a little breathing room. One space between two spaces here. That's fine. One space down there. It could be a little better, but I think this is fine. Now I also... Would this be better? There. Still kind of feels iffy, but whatever. I googled the name now. I too will have nightmares. Okay, nice. Let's not do that then. But then I'm kind of thinking, what if the whole thing here was moved one tile up? Wouldn't that be glorious? Like this one? Just go like That would be so much better. Ta-da! There. Oh, yeah, it looks correct. Phew. Yes. I think that was actually a really efficient way of completing this design. And this one is on a 10-second cycle. Yes, so having 10 of those makes sense. Having 12 is just kind of... We'll, nope, we can't because then they'll get out there. So we'll keep it like this. Mm-hmm. Okay, I like it. And then you can always come back and update it later on. Yeah. Wow, that's a... Oh, let's kill this just to see if we still have... What is this one? These are not... They're not supposed to be here. It's also because I'm missing this star pattern here. Can I superimpose it? Well, I can. It's just kind of a thing then. Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to. I don't want to get embroiled in this damn thing. My God, have I fixed this many times in my playthrough before recording? I was like, oh crap, that's the wrong save. Need to do it again. So, yeah. But it looks so much better, especially when you cut these lines out. But that's good. Would not use productivity for uranium processing, or is it not worth it? Oh, I absolutely do. No, I don't really care at this point. Like, you have so much uranium. It just makes it a lot slower. So you could do it. I decided not to do it when you set it up, because when you set it up, we might only have module 1, and it doesn't really make a difference. I put them in here because that's for the Covarex, and that's always nice to have as much as possible of. But yeah, of course we just destroyed everything with the Covarex build. It's just how it is. For no reason, just so that at least they get going. For no reason. Even put speed modules in my uranium process. Yeah, sometimes you might do that if that feels better for you. I I think it's one of those things where you just keep it going. It also depends. If you like nuclear weapons, then sure, atomic bombs, then definitely you need it. If you just kind of want to get the Covarex going and just need it for some power here, then you not really need it. Towards the Covarex instead of ammo. This one, I'd actually want to just even it out. There's no way that it's not going to be filling up. It's going to be buffering. I don't know. I mean, sure. Sure. I like it. Let's get back to Vulcanus. So, back to Vulcanus. What does rate calculator say? It says it's awesome. Like for this part or for this part? This one? Not much. Up here, there's a nice surplus. Even if everything is working. Uranium? Yeah, that's 16. Not much. And then I would also just imagine that, or I would also agree that speed modules are probably better. But then you'd probably just want beacons instead, and then we are kind of looking at new design and hand waving away. So this is not for beacon designed. This is for early game. Okay, so let's look at something that's more... Oh, this one also needs some... There. Mm-hmm. Make a lava city block with nukes now. I have not tried that nuke thing. Okay, so this is proper 22. Oh, okay, so I need 2 of these. That's actually interesting. Even, okay. Now it's actually less. If I do... Now I have enough. Do the nukes actually make lava pools? I have not tried it. People say it does, but I don't have a character, so I can't really try it. Okay, so this is kind of a build. Actually, we need more than this because we also need this one. Oh, there's a surplus even with 1 into 2. So this is a good build. Now let's look at LDS, Latter-day Saints. How fast is this making? Let's get a beacon over and let's assume that we have 2 of these and assume that we have some modules going in as well. There we go. Yes, the Latter-day Saints. They have an affinity for ladders. That's what they do. Also need iron for the circuits. Oh, right. Molten ironium. Oh, right. And it also needs additional up there for the red circuits. So we'll see. All right, let's look at this one instead. 1.4. Do we feel that's enough? I think so. It uses 4 per second, and this one over here uses 2.5. So it's not actually intense on plastic. Yet. I can't output on this belt. How did that fail? God damn it. That can output, but I can't output here. I can output here. Also need plastic inbound, that's true. So this is icky at best. What if? Alright, this one doesn't actually have to be in the middle. Little bit too cheeky, I guess. Still gets it, and then I can get one inbound and another one outbound. Can I? Mm-hmm. Fluids mixed. Oh, that one got off weird. Huh. What the hell? Yes, they... Oops. Definitely got mixed. Looks better. I like this. It's pretty simple. This one can reach everything. Only problem is that it's using so much more copper than iron that it's gonna be an issue. Okay. I have another concern. Let's address that before we dive too deep into this rabbit hole. At some point, we are going to have oh look, this one. You're gonna be there, and I'm just first gonna draw the problem and then we'll talk about it so that we're all on the same page. Okay. So each of these are going to need iron, copper, plastic, coal, calcite, lava, other stuff. Like that's basically it. Like calcite, it's so low quantity. Let's just bring it in by a robot. Plastic, it's so low quantity. Let's just bring it in by robot. Okay. Lava. So would that mean that I would want to have every single build here do its own smelting, like this part? Or would I say, you know what? I'm gonna have a centralized smelting, and then I'm just gonna push it into the pipe, and my bus is liquid only. Yes, but then you can also like coal. No, because when you need coal, you kind of need it in a high quantity, like here, but the rest of it doesn't need it. So maybe just when you make this, don't make it on a bus, but just make it like next to a coal deposit. But my point is, are we going to make? Should we say? Should we rely on a bus that we can tap from? And if so, what is going to be on that bus? Because there's pros and cons of each. Say the pro is, of course, that it's much easier to balance because we don't have to balance every single thing. Like this is not very balanced. Like it's completely off. Like way overscaled with the foundries here for the casting process, the molten iron. So taking that out would mean that we could scale it towards everything. That's advantage, but then it becomes less modular, and we sort of have to say, yeah, each module it requires some kind of infinite supply of liquid iron, liquid copper. It's not so great, but it does sort of fix the problem. The disadvantage of that is, for example, when we need a lot of stone for here. So are we going to get the stone from the centralized molten iron production facility, and then sort of assume that all the other signs will be using so much iron and copper that I will have enough uh, stone to feed on the line and therefore feed it in here? Or should we say, you know what? I'm gonna make this one. This is gonna be a problem with two different things. It's gonna need a lot of stone. It's gonna need a lot of coal. So I'm gonna build it somewhere that is near some lava, near some coal. Plop it down in this city block, and then don't give a shit about anything else. And therefore, I can't rely on having it a bus. I'll just simply say, you're gonna get lava in here, and you're gonna get coal in here, and then you will have rocket launchers next to it. Last time you did science on a bus and regretted it, and said next time you will make it self-contained. OTOH. On the other hand, liquid metal bus is such a simple solution. Yes. Liquid metal, yes, but I didn't do liquid metal. I did solid metals, and I did circuits. So I think that my mistake from previously was particularly that I suddenly had like a centralized red circuit built, which is fine until for blue. Then I scaled it for blue, and then suddenly I need way more for purple signs, and then I don't really have a way to get that because now I already built it and scaled it, and then I have to rebuild it and stuff and stuff and stuff. So if I could sort of say, I built this module, it produces X per second, that's fine. It might be outdated, but I know that it will always produce that. And then when I build the next, it'll produce that. When I build the next, it'll produce that. When I build the next, and then I build them wherever I have some things needed. For example, the purple sign should probably be built somewhere there's a lot of space for throwing things back in lava, while the military sign should be built close to a gigantic coal deposit so we can tap that. And blue should be built next to a sulfur, because that's not how we make sulfur. Actually, that sucks. No, it need coal as well. So swap military with red green. No, that's not what I'm shooting. This is not where they're supposed to be. This is just articulating the issue of, am I going to make a bus that they can draw from, or am I not going to make a bus and instead sort of rely on, hey, they can be built anywhere, so you have more flexibility. It's not like, oh, if you can't get this space, this much space, then you can't build this space. So I think yeah, exactly. No foundation yet to build that many insertions in lava. Yeah, true. So it will need to be like buses or belts in and circle around and just drop it in as where we can. I am like, some things are given. I'm going to build the red, green, and blue science or circuits inside the location, inside the city block I need. I think that's the best. The question is then, is it lava I take in, or is it liquid iron and liquid metal? And also, when I leave something out, should I always say it goes out the top? Because then I can later on stamp down a blueprint that is just rocket launchers. Because then I'd want the rocket launcher there, and then I know that they can just go in there. Wouldn't military chemical production science be easier to build in later scale analysis? I don't agree. Nope, not at all. And exclusively from the point of, you have to tap more resources, and that takes forever. And you have to import calcite. Not a big deal, but you have to do it. Thinking about the second run of Space Age feels weird, because it feels like I should speed run to unlock all of the new tech, then go back to actually start building with all the cool, good tech. For example, it feels weird to do all the science on Vulcanus so early without EM plants. I agree. That's also a really good point. Like, that's a exceptionally good point, which might be like, okay, we only have to build these two sciences because those are the ones we need, and they don't need to be built very big. And then we can then we can just accept that it's just going to work really slowly on Novice. And that will be enough to unlock the stuff on Fulgora. We don't need, we need to unlock Fulgora. When we have Vulcanus Fulgora unlocked, then we have everything. The stuff we get on here is not interesting. Like, this is I think that early game is Novice, mid game is Vulcanus and Fulgora, late game is Gleba and Aquilo. That's how I look at it. None of this changes my builds. It gets me to epics, but do I really want epics when I can get legendaries? Not really. Is there anything here that I must have? Stack inserters, they're nice. They're not essential. And like productivity modules, yeah, they're super nice, but they're also a pain in the ass to do. So yeah, and Spidertrons, not necessary. Better belts, not necessary. Tree and fish farming, not necessary. There's nothing here that I'm super excited about getting. Rocket turrets. The rocket turrets are not the only place you need rocket turrets is on Gleba and on spaceships to Aquilo. So since I'm not on Gleba and I'm not going to Aquilo anytime soon, then rocket turrets don't have a value. Stack inserters are only really needed once you start messing with quality, because you can you are going to need to move faster, and then quality bulk inserters are probably going to be fine. You forgot you need a rocket turret for captured spawners. Captured spawners. Yeah, but again, that's Gleba science. Like the only thing I need it for is this one, and this is Gleba science. So if I'm not on Gleba, I don't need a rocket turret. There's nothing I need a rocket turret for until I get to Gleba. So if yeah, but I guess yes, you're right. But again, it's like that's also Gleba. Except well, it isn't, but it's a novice, but it's part of Gleba tech. So for me, um, you can take badness with Bazoo. Oh yeah. Would you consider Fulgora first just to unlock EM plans and then go to Vulcan? No, I would not. Um, because cliff explosives. Cliff explosives are way better. Yeah, productivity 3 are nice, but not necessary. They're very nice. They're very nice, particularly because they also enable you to start making rare quality or even epic quality, which makes a huge difference. Um, so it's not going from tier 2 to tier 3 is not a particularly amazing. What is it like going from +6? I don't know what that actually is. I can't remember what a 2 is. That's +6 to +10. That's not what gets it. It's the fact that once we get this one, it can reasonably expect it to go from basically +6 here to +16 reasonably, which is a massive, massive upgrade. So that's the value. This is the real value we get here. So, but that needs a lot of different scale. Yeah, we also get the biochambers. They're so awesome. Fuck off. Yeah, so I think that the revision here is that we want to go here, not do this, not do this. Just get a little bit of this, a little bit of this. I mean, seriously, isn't even necessary? Like, am I just overcomplicating things? Because what is it we want here? Like, how expensive is it? Like, I'm just thinking, like, what does this one need? Flying robot frames, low density structures, processing units. We kind of have those. Like, let's redo Volcano's cold version with biochambers. Yeah, baby, let's do it. I was almost doing that. And Holmium plate is better with Founders. That's absolutely correct. And Holmium is the bottleneck on Fulgora. So, yeah. I am a little bit in doubt whether it would be. And I know, don't. Okay. I'm not very good at admitting I make a mistake, but I'm kind of starting to think that maybe we should make a simple purple and yellow signs here. Uh-oh. Oh no. Have a tiny starter base to unlock tech, then rebuild everything later on. Yeah. I guess that's I don't know. I don't know how speedrunners do it. They go to Gleba first because then they unlock the biochambers. I don't know. I think is that how it goes? Want all signs on Vulcanus by the end game due to infinite lava. So might as well start ASAP. I don't agree with that, Jimbo Jeff. That's exactly what I was thinking previously, but the fact that we don't have EM plants means that all the circuits needed for all the signs is really bad and has to be done as soon as we get EM plants. But once we have EM plants, when we have modules, we have beacons, we have tier 3 assemblers, we have foundries, we have electromagnetic plants. Once we have that, we can do the final design and then stamp it down. And then if you get higher quality modules, beacons, machines, you can just make it better as it goes along. But the layout is going to be the same. And I think that's really valuable to sort of not build something that's going to last 5 hours and then come back and then tear it down and rebuild it. So kind of figure out, like, if we do something temporary, it has to be really temporary. Or if we do something properly, it has to be really properly. Like these things, we're always going to need robots, and we might as well build them on Novice for a long time. So happy, right? No, I would not wait for Cry or whatever for the sign design. It's not very impactful. And then there would also be like way too late. Then we're in endgame, and then we couldn't get there anyway. But I think that landing on Vulcanus, getting cliff explosives is very valuable. Either getting purple signs and yellow signs there, or getting them back here is fine. But I think the main reason why I don't do it here is because I just don't have the capacity for it. Not space-wise, I could just move things around, but in terms of if I was building purple science here, purple science is consuming more than all of the red circuits I have. So all the steel I have, so it's gone. And yellow science gone, blue circuits. That means the base is just not working. Everything is just working at 25% because these are really intense. So I'm kind of leaning towards like, yeah, sure, this sucks and all, but what if I had something that was like how bad is this? We don't have the flying robot frames, but that's the least of our issues. It's right here, so we could just grab it and put it in a box. Samya on Novice on top of this base is pretty small. Additional. And the thing is, when we get the yellow signs, we can also do that. I don't like this, but we did kind of say that how fast was this producing? This produces per minute, 12 per minute. It's not much. But if you also did, when we unlock this, which is what we're gonna unlock as fast as possible, then this is a different, then it's 16 per minute. Let's see. And it's going to be the same because they have the same crafting time. 16 per minute. And let's just look at the researches that here, for example. Like, what are the things that we really want here? That's military, that's 150. So that's like 10 minutes of just chugging along. Then we want that one. That's half an hour of chugging along with just 2 assemblers. Why? Okay. One thought to add for yellow and purple on Novice. Just throw the blueprint down and let them work at whatever speed they do at the end of the bus while you go over to Vulcanus and do stuff there. Bots will build it and sometime later start working. Yes, I agree. Why is your reason for going to Vulcanus first cliff explosives if you only use them on Vulcanus? You could just build a simple base on Fulgora for the implants, then come to Vulcanus and have your cliff explosives. Don't really need to build much on Fulgora. Yep. Let me think about that, but not today because we didn't get an extra hour. It's this one. The mech armor is... going to Fulgora and not getting mech armor is bad. And that's 5,000. That's the one thing we want. The EM plants, of course, we unlock those pretty quickly, but it's the... Damn, that's actually really simple to unlock. That's 50 home, but we also have to set up a production to actually build it. So we do have a production of holmium, steel, processing units. We have to do that. Tier 3 spiel module is pretty good. I don't know. I don't think that's important. Foundry before Fulgora is also a good idea. Like that's the thing. Like no matter what, there's an argument for if you go there, but then you miss this part. If you go here, then you miss this part. So whatever you want. There's also the part that holmium can actually be made in a foundry. So that's going to be super valuable to make it in a foundry, which gives us plus 50% plus extra speed. Like crafting speed 4, it's amazingly efficient, this part, plus the 50% productivity, because you're going to be lacking for holmium ore in the beginning. So getting that 50% immediately is super amazing. So it's like, if you go to Fulgora first, then you get the EM plant, but not the, but you still have to build it and set up a continuous production of EM plants, but you don't get the foundries. Or if you go to Vulcanus, then you get the foundries and the cliff explosives, but don't have the EM plants. So either way, you're going to have to do something before the other, but that's not going to be today. So thank you very much for joining. A new, extension today either. Tomorrow and Thursday will be the finishing up of Assassin's Creed for the few people who are interested in that. And then I will be back here with more on next Sunday with more Factorio. So hope you want to be joining this series and check out what's coming on the channel. This is the last week of Assassin's Creed, so if you're not interested in that, we get into Foundry after next week. So that should be interesting. And then Captain of Industry is on the docket as well. Thank you for watching. Good night. Take care and stay effective, everyone.